No, no, thank you.
That's already in your notebook.
Okay, here we go.
Make sure one was in there. You're good, Josh.
All right, here we go. Good morning. Today's date is August 8th, 2016, I think. I'm correct. And this is the public participation section of the Volusia County Council meeting. Good morning, Fred. And I will read the disclaimer before we go too much farther. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may have up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when an agenda item is heard. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not tolerated. So, and in reference to the County Council will not answer questions or requests. Sometimes they do, so that's up to the discretion and the will of the council. So let's start off with Mr. Sullivan here, who was first up. If you'll please step to the mic center. Oh, he walked right on by. Both have documents.
Homework. Joe Sullivan, 1780 Concert Road, Deltona, Florida. Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club now for 24 years. So here to ask your help and support of getting our state funding restored. I've put together a resolution that I'd like the county to consider. And it's not just for our Boys and Girls Clubs. Our funding for the Boys and Girls Clubs is for 43 organizations that cover 58 counties of the 67 in Florida. So we're a statewide organization. I've provided a couple other things, including our annual report. But and there's also a sheet in there I want to go over briefly showing our overview of our state funding in the last couple of years. Briefly, in 2014, the 43 organizations got $10.5 million. In 2015, it went down to $5.5 million. In 2016, this year, it's gone down to $5.1 million. So it's been a 52% decrease for us. Our allocation locally went from $360,000 to $176,000. Right now, I will tell you, the Boys and Girls Club raises more money from donations and fundraising, $876,000 last year, than we got from government at all levels. What makes it hard to talk to you guys about today is you're our biggest funder in the public sector. You give us about half of that. So I'm not here to ask for more from you, but I'm asking for your help in speaking the language with government and talking to the state for us. So this resolution is something I'd like to have read at the legislative delegation when it meets. I'm trying to get all of the, luckily, I'm the top person, the oldest person in my job in the state, so I'm trying to get the other executive directors to do this too. So you guys speak the language. So again, we're asking for this resolution, and you guys are better at this than us. You know, you speak the language, but the governor has made it very clear he's going to veto anything that doesn't have a statewide effect, and Boys and Girls Club do that. So, you know, we're stronger together as Boys and Girls Clubs. We served 129,000 kids in the state last year, 1,700 here locally. You know where we're at. We're in 8 locations. We're open every day after school. Our kids give us about 4% of our revenue, and I've got to find the other 96. So with that, I wanted to leave 30 seconds or so for questions. So if are there any questions for me?
Okay, apparently not.
Okay. Well,
Say what, sir?
We can bring it up under council time at the end.
Well,
Is that
actually,
you want to do, Deb?
well, what I'd like to do is bring it up, since we're meeting with our legislative delegation, bring it up, not our delegation, with our lobbyist, our state lobbyist today. That might be the appropriate time to discuss it and put it on their radar at the same time. We can kind of get a double whammy.
Makes
That's
a lot of
okay?
sense. Yeah.
yeah, you know, we had thought about going to the lobbyist and seeing if it could help, but if the resolution can come from all the Boys and Girls Clubs, it will be more of a straight message from everybody. So appreciate your time and consideration.
Mr. Sullivan, I will tell you at 9:45 this morning, time specific, no earlier than 9:45, we'll say, we will be talking with our state legislative, our lobbyists, right here in these chambers.
Okay.
If you would like to stick around,
My office is across the street, so I can come back.
okay, come on back, because once we have our discussion with them, I think that, like Ms. Day says, that's probably a very good time to say, oh, and we would like to do something like
Okay.
this. So that would be a good time. And also, as we talked earlier, you need to get a hold of the sheriff. He is a big supporter.
I'll go up there right now.
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Cusack,
thank you. I think that what we have to do is,
are you on the record?
I am on the record,
Okay, because I couldn't hear you. That's all.
that we need to pass the resolution during our time
Right.
also.
Right.
Even though we may talk to the lobbyists, I think it's much more powerful, equally as powerful, if the resolution is adopted by the council and sent in behalf of the council. And I would recommend that we do that during that time.
I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. See, we actually, it's pretty cool. All right. Now I have a big pile of papers here. All right, our next speaker, Debbie Forrester. What is your, you got a hyphenated, I couldn't read it here.
Yeah, it's Debbie Crock Forrester.
Okay.
175 North Young Street, Ormond Beach.
And what for the record, you represent an organization.
I'm commander of Ormond Strong.
Thank you. And you now have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We know that being in a leadership position is often a thankless job. This will be our first, or our last presentation in front of the county council for this year. So we want to say thank you, and we want to recap everything this council has done for our service members and our veterans, beginning with Tuesday, January 19th, with the Governor's Service Awards. I've been in at least a dozen veterans' homes, and the first thing you see on their TV or in their living room is that picture with Governor Scott shaking their hand, wearing their award. Second, March 10th, 2016, 200 local National Guardsmen from the 1st to the 265th returned safely from their one-year mission to Afghanistan. You guys were there along with 1,000 citizens, one being my husband that returned, and we appreciate it. March 29th, the council declared Vietnam Veterans Day in Volusia County and acknowledged the local Vietnam veterans who walked 349 consecutive days with our Ormond Strong families throughout the one-year mission, keeping true to their motto, never again will one generation of veterans abandon another. You continue to support us through our events, our PTSD awareness event, our our Veteran Service Member First Responder Family Appreciation Day that just occurred, where 150 meals and drinks went out to the veterans and first responders. 95 kids were fingerprinted that day from Volusia County. 75 veterans participated in our veterans pinning ceremony. 48 haircuts for veterans, 46 chair massages. All our backpacks and school supplies went. A touching moment, an example of why we need to have things like this supported by you guys is 13-year-old son were being escorted by Mike to where the backpacks and everything, the school supplies were, and a man unknown to us came up with newly bought clothes with the tags on them and said, "This is for you." And the guy said, "What's your name?" And he said, "It doesn't matter what my name is. Thank you for your service." So supporting us and supporting our veteran service members, good things happen. Oh, we have some goodies for you too. Is it okay to approach? Yep.
Do you have anything else?
Oh,
You might want to keep going because
okay. Yeah, so upcoming events that we have, September 20th is our Agent Orange Town Hall. That's with the Vietnam Veterans of America, Daytona Beach, Chapter 1048. We have The Welcome, which is a film for combat veterans assimilating back into society. We're working on other projects like getting a Gary Sinise, Lieutenant Dan Band concert here, the portable Vietnam Veterans Wall. We want to bring it to the mall and all kinds of stuff. So hopefully we'll see you next year.
Oh.
Okay.
well, thank you. hold on here. We got all kinds of stuff here. What is this? Yeah, I will explain. I was just handed 2 plaques, which would have been better. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we, let me give this back to you, Jeff. Let's do it down there
Okay.
with the photography. But there's
Everybody
2
gets-
plaques. Could you please, into the record, Deborah, into the record, please read those 2 plaques, please.
Okay. First, the one that everybody got. I didn't have enough frames, and I wasn't sure what your styles were, so we framed Jason's because he's fine. So it's certificate of recognition presented to and each of you for your, for those that served, for your service to our country and outstanding support of our Volusia County veterans, deployed service members, and their families throughout 2016. We are forever grateful. And Jason was there for our event at the mall. You guys were there in spirit. So we given him, Mandy and I, the certificate of recognition presented to Jason P. Davis for your outstanding support of our Volusia County veterans, service members, and their families on Family Appreciation Day at the Volusia Mall held on August 13th.
That was pretty fun there.
Yeah,
That was a loud microphone, too.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we'll come down there, do the picture for her and all that good stuff in a moment. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
There's a gentleman, he just gave the slip.
He just gave the slip. Okay.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Mr.
If I
Blum.
could, I'd like to say that...
Identify yourself for the record, sir.
Jeffrey Bum, 102 LSR, DeBerry Drive,
What's
Director
your-
of Veteran Services.
Thank you.
It takes a village in all things, and I know that the county well supports our office, and our office has our fingers in a lot of things veteran-related. But we simply can't touch it all. And it really is people in the community like this that make the big things happen. The county can be a great catalyst for a lot of things. We can accommodate a lot of things and organize things, but it really is the people of the community that really touch the individual lives of individual veterans who have individual needs. And although veteran services can make a big impact on their VA benefits, it's those gap needs that are addressed by citizens like this that really make the big difference in our community. And I'd like to show my appreciation to them from our office and present each of them a Volusia County Veteran Services coin, and one for each of the council as well for their support of the community endeavors as well.
Thank you, sir. You are correct. It does take a village. Don't make her cry. Okay. All right, Debbie. You guys have a seat. I don't want you crying when we're up here getting pictures now. So get under control. And we're going to have Mr. People write very small. Bruce Rose, am I correct? And, oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. And you, okay, come on up front to the podium. Please state your name.
Hi, my name's Bruce Rose.
Address.
My address is 900 Drum Avenue in New Smyrna Beach.
That's good. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. My first introduction to Volusia County was Stetson University. I graduated from Stetson and went on and did a number of other things. And I just returned to Volusia County again and bought a house in Bethlehem Beach in New Smyrna Beach. And I've had the occasion to interface with the Volusia County government as a result of that. And the experience has been very disappointing. It's been a lot like Alice going down the rabbit hole. And my issue is not the issue that I've come to talk about, but more the experience that I've had, and I wanted to share it with you because you're the people who can make it better, and I assume you all have the same objectives really that I have. You want to balance the issue of doing public good, the right things for the county, with minimizing the toll that you take on the citizenry. The basic problem that I had was in Bethlehem Beach, the lots were originally designed not for contemporary houses. They don't quite fit into Volusia County code. Everyone has to get variances for things. And that's what I experienced, the variance process. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to extend the deck for about 3 feet, which violates the setback lines. And I've been working on this process since early May, and I've spoken to 9 people in zoning and planning over it, and they've been very nice. Some of them have been exceptionally nice and helpful. But it's truly the process that has evolved over time, and it's probably typical of all bureaucracies. Things have just gotten more complicated and more expensive, and needlessly so. And I wrote a detailed letter to my representative, Deb Denny's, about the particular examples. But just for example, I had there was originally a variance on the house that was written 8 years ago. It expires in 1 year. There was no good reason for it to have expired. In order to apply for a variance, I had to get a new survey, which costs additional money, and it was only a few months out of date and didn't really add anything. I have to go to a lawyer and get a letter of non-compliance because there is the potential for people who apply for variances to be utilizing fraud in some manner to be able to make money off the variance. Totally unnecessary because it's not possible in this particular situation. So, and there are a couple of other things, but the bottom line is I'm spending $1,100 for a project that costs $9,500. Most citizens aren't going to be able to do this. And we shouldn't have laws that make it difficult for people to do very normal, good things that are overly expensive and overly complicated and time-consuming. I'm sorry.
Your time has expired here from Stan. If the council would like to hear him continue? Yes?
Certainly.
Continue? The council, will the council is? Please continue, sir.
Okay. So
Well, wait, let me clarify. Let's give him another 3 minutes.
I'll be under that.
Okay.
Okay. In the end, I will have spent, I estimate, about $1,100 to get this variance to extend the deck 2 or 3 feet so that it becomes handicapped, so that it admits a wheelchair, which is a reasonable thing and very consistent with the rest of the neighborhood since almost everyone has variances there. And the project itself only costs $9,000. And the process has been complicated. I have a PhD in mathematics and an MD. I can handle talking to people and understanding what they're saying to me. But I would think that the process would be overwhelming to most people. And the whole thing is you could very easily simplify this in reasonable ways. As I said, there's no reason to have a variance expired. There's no reason to have a survey expired. There's no reason for a letter of compliance for something that one of your very knowledgeable clerks could realize there's no possibility of fraud in this situation. There needs to be some sort of look back where people balance how government has evolved in terms of what you really want government to be doing. And that's the point of my being here, to hopefully ask someone to look for it. Because when I talk to these people in planning and zoning, they're very helpful. But they have to do what they have to do. They have to follow their rules. They can't understand that I'm being reasonable and make an exception for me. And you're the only people who can basically figure out how so they can make some exceptions and be more reasonable for the populace. And I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Can I just ask one question? Can you forward that email to me again that you said you sent? Can you take a look? Because I have a vague recollection, but I get so many of them.
Sure.
If you would forward that again, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak at this time?
No, sir.
Very well. With that, we will take a short recess. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock. Good morning. If the chambers could please come to order. Today's date, September 8th, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council meeting. First things first, before we go any further, if you have a cell phone, an iPad, laptop, computer, whatever you got that might make noise during the meeting, if you could please at this time put it on silent, and that way we will not be disturbed. And now, the invocation this morning will be given by Reverend Brian Carr of the Trinity United Methodist Church of DeLand. Pastor, and if the council could please rise.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Holy, holy God, we thank you for this beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for the way it began for me as I walked out under a glorious starlit sky, clear, cool temperatures, hearing owls serenade my wife and I. Lord, it was full of energy and grace and refreshment. I thank you that your word says that each day dawns with new mercies from you. Lord, I thank you for these folks here. I thank you for our Volusia County Council. And Lord, I know that they have already begun their day with energy and refreshment, a day that will stretch through the heat of the afternoon into the darkness of night. I know they have a lot on their agenda this day. I know that they face budgeting this evening. So Lord, I pray for your mercies to be upon them. I pray for the outpouring of your Spirit to grant them wisdom and insight and discernment, and be with them today as they struggle to lead our county to the best of their abilities. And Lord, I thank you that they have taken the risk of leadership, that they have stepped out in faith to be our leaders. Bless them in every way. And Lord, I just entrust this day into your care, knowing that you are with us. Jesus, in your holy name we pray and trust. Amen and amen. God
and
bless
if
you
everyone would please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Okay. If I may have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Patterson. Here. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Cusack. Present. Mr. Daniels is going to be absent today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Stennies. Mr. Lowry. Here. Mr. Davis.
I am here. We do have a quorum. Okay, we will move on. Mr. Deneen, you need to make a comment before we go to the next item. Yes, you do, but he was just sitting there a minute ago. Okay. Okay, while we wait for him, he wants to make comment before we pull a consent agenda items for some reason. Staff, okay, item number 18 has been removed or withdrawn from the agenda. I'll just do the little bookkeeping while we're waiting for him. And that would be, I'll read it into the record. That has been the sole source purchase from Comprise Technology Incorporated for replacement kiosks for printing from library public access computers. So if you are here for that, through library services, that will not be heard. And items 28 and 34 will be pulled by staff, and item 28 is renewal of workman's compensation and liability policies. And number 34, dig through there. is the contract with Zoll Medical Corporation for cardiac monitors and cardiac monitor preventative maintenance. So those two items shall be pulled by staff for discussion. And Mr. Deneen, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, those two items we pulled, because they're such a large expenditure, we thought it'd be good to discuss those, just to make sure that the public knows what we're doing in terms of the expenditure on those two items. The two items that I asked for a comment before you take action are item 38 and 40, and I think I'm going to look at Ms. Denny's. I think I'll get a smile from her. These two items, and I'm going to start doing this, are both construction-oriented items, and what I'm going to try and do is highlight, and I promised the council I would do this. Anytime that we think that something is going to be off track, I would tell the council in terms of our construction schedule in the briefings, but when they're not off track, I'm going to make note of them that this is two construction projects that you have voted for. These are still, passing these today keeps them on track. So they're on track with the construction schedule that we gave you. And that's all I wanted to bring forward, is that those two are on track.
So you're not polling?
No,
That's
just letting you know.
Okay.
I'm just commenting that both of those, based on our construction schedule, are still on track based on the schedule we gave you. Okay. And if they would go off track, then I would have told you in the briefings, and we would have talked about it here at the council meeting. And then we will do the updates quarterly to make sure that our document shows that if they had to be moved.
Okay.
It's all part of the new process.
Okay,
It's
very
working.
well.
It's working, Mr. Manager.
You were right. She's smiling. Okay, well, then we will start off with Mr. Patterson. Do you have any consent agenda items you wish pulled, sir?
I had some questions, but they were answered this morning, so I'm happy.
Mr. Wagner.
None.
Ms. Cusack.
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Daniels. We'll say he has none. Ms. Denny's.
None, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Lowry.
None, sir.
Okay, and the chair polls none. So I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the remaining consent agenda items.
Okay, motion for approval of remaining consent agenda items. Do I hear a second? Okay, Mr. Lowry is the second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. Unanimous. And today's word unanimous will mean 6, for the record. Okay. So we will be hearing items 28 and 34 later on. Item number 1, service provider agreement with Daytona State College for promoting and facilitating business initiatives. Normally I have Mr. Rick Carl. You're going to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources for the county. I'm here with Rob Earhart, your Economic Development Director, and some distinguished visitors from Daytona State College. What you have before you is a service provider agreement with the SBDC. This is a very important part of our economic development ecosystem. And to start this off, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Mary Bruno, who is just recently retired as the Associate Vice President of Daytona State College, and who oversaw this and many other programs, and who had a distinguished career of some 44 years, I believe, in education. So it's my honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. Mary Bruno.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, County Manager Deneen, council members. I am honored to be here and to introduce you to some of the folks that are taking over for the SBDC and also for in my role. But I first wanted to tell you how important this particular grant is to us for economic development. From the beginning with the CEO exchanges and the training that we've been able to offer through Volusia's Best, I've heard nothing from the community except great comments and great opportunities for people to grow in their jobs. And I think as I walk away, I'm not really going anywhere, but as I walk away, I think that we have been able to, as a community, put things together so that economic development, entrepreneurship, and all those things that are so important to Volusia County, which is a great place to live, work, and play. We want to make it better through programs like Volusia's Best. So we worked really hard to find replacements for Ned Harper, who was in charge of the SBDC for more than 10 years and who was the original designer with Rob of this program. We worked really hard to find his replacement that I'm going to introduce to you in a minute, and he'll make a little bit of a presentation. But we worked really hard to find someone to replace my position at Daytona State College. My 6 years tenure at Daytona State was absolutely wonderful. I often think that maybe I should have gotten there a little bit sooner, but 38 years with the school district and 6 with the Daytona State have really helped me to really fall in love more with this county than I've ever been. So I think our education system is in a good place. I think we're in really good shape, and I know that new people will bring it to a higher level. So first I would like to introduce you, 2 days on the job, and she's still here, Dr. Cheryl Weems, who comes to us from the Northeast, a little stop in Tennessee and Memphis. Great background in things like economic development and community and workforce programs, and she was the best candidate out of, I think there were over 100 people that applied for my position. I couldn't believe it, but we were able to bring her on. So she's been here 2 days, and I wanted her to come here so you could meet her and maybe talk to her if we get a break or anything. The other person I would like to introduce and bring up to the podium now is Mr. George Tiwari, who's got also an incredible background of bringing companies to their full potential. And I'll ask him to talk a little bit about his background. I don't think he's going to use his PowerPoint, so we're just going to talk about what we're doing. So, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for your support. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, all the members. I'll just introduce myself first. I'm George Tiwari. I'm the Director of Small Business Development Center. I have been relatively a little older compared to Dr. Cheryl. I've been here for a year, and every minute of that has been a tremendous value add from my perspective. I'm going to talk about Volusia's Best, but before that, I really appreciate all your help and support that you have given for Volusia's Best. Volusia's Best, when I succeeded at Harper and we discussed the objective of Volusia's Best, I will rather prefer to go and do the summary because I have limited time. And if you have any questions from the PowerPoint, please feel free to ask me. The purpose of Volusia's Best was to provide training programs to small businesses. And we did a survey. Based on the survey, we identified 7 needs, critical needs of the small businesses. And that was about marketing, sales, customer service, CRM, customer relationship management, customer service, information technology, employee engagement. Once we identified those needs, we went there and identified some of the best training materials which could be available here in the U.S. So we got Franklin Covey, Achieve, MHI Global. These are some of the well-known training materials and programs. And with me also worked Emily Macri, who is the training coordinator for this. Once we identified these are the needs and these are the training materials, we started providing the training. And as we went through the training program, there were 7 of them that we started with, but over a course of time, we figured it out there is much more need of the training programs. So we enlarged the scope of the work. Rather than having 1 training program a month, we went to 2. So instead of having 7, so far we have done 14 training programs. We have been able to reach almost 200 customers and clients who participated in the training from 59 different organizations, and each of them value what we have been doing. We also looked into push and pull marketing part of it. We saw that there are 2 ways by which we can reach different small businesses. And the unique aspect is large organizations can get access to some of the best training programs. But what about small business? And therefore, this Volusia's Best program creates a level playing field. Some of these training programs is impossible for these small businesses to access. By this support and help in the grant that we get, they are able to access some of the best training programs. So we do training within the Daytona State College, but we've also seen that instead of confining ourselves to one place, why don't we reach out? So like last month in DLAND, we conducted 3 training programs: business plan, cash flow, as well as social media strategies. This is what we intend to do. We'll be reaching out to Ormond Beach, we'll be going to DLAND, we'll be going to New Smyrna Beach, Ormond Beach, all these areas where the companies and the businesses are there, and we're trying to reach out. So one way is that we are going to provide training within the Daytona, other one is that we'll be reaching out to them. The other part of this training is unique because I work for Small Business Development Center, and we provide one-to-one consulting for these clients. What we have seen is that while we provide these training programs, there are further questions and challenges which they would like to discuss. So they again come back to us and talk about how we can create a marketing plan, how we can increase the sales, what we need to do for social media strategy. Some of them come and say that we have built up a website. Is that enough? 65 of the new businesses fail. Therefore, what are the things that we need to do to ensure those landmines are not exploded and we ensure that the businesses grows? So we close the loop. We provide the training and they come back and they get further one-to-one consulting, which is, from our perspective, is highly valuable to them and from their perspective as well. The other part of the Volusia's Best is a CEO exchange program, and we have 2 CEO exchanges that we run. Each of them have 10 members. This is a great forum for exchange of ideas, sharing best practices, and how we can learn from each other to make an impact on the business and the community. We have Tom Fleischl from the Fleischl, if you would like to stand up and would like to say some about the Volusia's Best program.
We've enjoyed thoroughly.
You have to come up to the microphone.
George and his team have been a great asset to...
Sir, you have to identify yourself.
Sorry. Tom Fleischl, Fleischl Financial Associates here in DeLand. We've been in practice for 27 years, and this program was introduced to us about a year and a half ago, and we've benefited tremendously from the ideas on marketing and social media and all the financial aspects of helping run our practice and our business better. We can't say enough about also the idea sharing and best practices of the other people that participate in the program. It's been wonderful, and we've benefited from it greatly. Thank you.
So in the summary, I would just like to say that we have planned to double the number of people that we will be reaching in the small businesses. We plan to enhance more of capability and add more value, and we'll close the loop by providing consulting to the small businesses. Thank you. Rob, thank you. Goodbye.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Rob Earhart, Economic Development Director. In closing, I would just build on what Mary Bruno said. Volusia County is a great place to live, work, and play. I would ask that we insert the word learn. Live, learn, work, and play, and that's really what this program is about. And I'd also remind you of what we've shared with you previously, that the state statistics tell us that in Volusia County, roughly 11,500 firms, 80% of those firms, 10 employees or less. So those are exactly the types of firms that are going to sustain and help us to grow this economy over time. And these are exactly the types of subject matter that are offered by the SBDC that are really critical to their ability to grow and sustain over time in a way that they'll be successful. So with that, we recommend approval of the item, and we're available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, is there any, Mr. Patterson?
Well, I'm very happy about what's going on. Yeah. I have a problem with that sometimes. But I do have a quick question for Dan. I want to make the motion to approve this, but my wife is on the Board of Trustees at Daytona State College, so I have a potential conflict with that. Okay, good. Just trying to keep myself out of jail, you know. So
you're no fun.
Nah,
we'll visit.
I don't know of any of you that would join me in the experience, you know. And orange is not my favorite color.
Unless it's blue with it.
If it's got to have blue with it, that's the only reason. Of course, my Florida Atlantic University would probably get a little upset with that comment. But, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the service provider agreement with Small Business Development Center at Daytona State College.
There is a motion for approval with a second by Ms. Cusack. You still have the floor, sir?
No, I think what we're doing, when you say live and learn, that's important to me. I mean, my background is in education. I don't think everybody knows that. And that's always been important to me. And even though I haven't taught a formal class in the 38 years I've been in the insurance business, I did teach insurance classes many years ago. Matter of fact, Tom back there is one of my students that I taught. And the other one is down here that I taught many years ago. It's hard to get that out of your blood, and I love to see what we're doing in many areas. That's what education is all about. Thank you.
Ms. Denny's?
Thank you. I just want to expound on what my great teacher just espoused here. But thank you. It's a great program, but I really want to take the time to honor Mary Bruno. I think this will officially be your last time to present before County Council in your position. Wish you well. I've worked with you for years and served, and big shoes to fill, but I look forward. I walked in with the lady who will be filling your shoes, and we had a nice conversation before council started. So enjoy your much-earned retirement. You will be missed, but I look forward, and I'm sure that you have mentored her and shared your wealth of knowledge with her. So sorry to see you go, but welcome, and I'm sure great things will continue to happen. It's a great legacy. It's a great legacy, Dr. Bruno. Great legacy. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to you, Dr. Bruno, and to all of you for what you're doing, because the key to success is education, and that we're on the right track. And we cannot do enough, because education provides for a ready man or woman. And so I strongly support the program and look forward to great things to continue out of this great partnership. Thank you again for being here and for the work that you're doing. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Denis?
I just want to thank Mary for her hard work, and that we'll miss her, and in our hearts you can't really be replaced.
And Mr. Wagner?
Everyone said it, but Mary, thank you for all these years and continuing to help. And I'd never heard adding the learn to that. I think I'm going to add that to every time I say it now. That's pretty cool, Rob. Thanks. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate the comments and appreciate what you do.
Mr. Patterson?
I, too, want to echo the same thing that Mr. Wagner said. Thank you, Mary, Dr. Bruno, for everything you've done over the years. And actually, I made sure I wanted to approve this because I didn't want to go home and be greeted at the door by a Southern belle with her hand on her hips and a broom, holding a broom or rolling pin.
Or frying pan.
Thank you. Frying pan.
A cast iron. Dr. Bruno, it's been a pleasure working with you for the past years. It was an honor to go to your college and to actually study education and music and to learn everything that was taught. You will be missed, but I know you've got a great support. You got I think you got some kids or grandkids running around somewhere. You can take some time. I know you've been working your heart out, and take some time for you. Go spend some time. You and Frank go see the grandkids and the kids, and just chill out for a while before you come on back in here. But you'll always be welcome here with open arms. So, unless there's further comment, all those in favor of the service provider agreement with Daytona State College for promoting and facilitating business initiatives, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried, unanimous. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to item number 2, premium rate schedules and health. Our favorite discussion, health plan schedule of benefits for county employees or retired county employees. Mr. Denis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to open this issue up in front of the council As you know, that we had started our discussions with unions in negotiation, and we needed, and already have gone over in one of our shade meetings, this issue of premium rate schedules and health plan schedule benefits for those employees that were in the bargaining units that we're now negotiating with. That being said, it's time to move forward now and talk about the general workforce, those that we're not negotiating with, those that are non-union, and we also have issues with part-time people and retired. And I will tell you that I've worked on healthcare plans almost entirely through my entire career in one form or another. One time I was in OMB, one time I've had every kind of job. And they always involve people, they involve healthcare. And I've been on all different sides of this issue, from helping to design it to negotiating it. And so I've had a lot of experience, and it's an ever-changing part of our society and how people relate to each other and how we relate to each other as people in terms of working together and having health benefits. I also learned as you get older that healthcare is never really important until it's important. And some of us know that better than others, right, Josh? And the bottom line is that to do the right thing for the employees, you want to make sure that they have good health care and their families have good health care. And it really matters when the time counts that they have to use it. I also believe that good health care, we pay, I think we're a good competitive wage in the economy in terms of being able to recruit employees. And while we're not the top in terms of the way we pay, we're nowhere near the bottom. We're probably more in the middle in terms of between us and other governments of our type. But where I think you also stand out as part of pay, a big part of it's healthcare. And I will tell you that while I think we have a very competitively priced program, and I think we've done very well in terms of the cost for what we get, I'm proud to say I think we probably have the best healthcare program. I don't mean that in a frivolous way that it's some kind of Cadillac program that we shouldn't be providing to employees. I mean one that's very good quality healthcare that allows people to access it across the country and still be in network because of this choice we made to stay self-insured, and that we got a very competitive bid from Cigna. I will tell you that I'm very pleased with where we are. Today we're going to go through formally with the council what the rate schedule is going to be and how what percentage that I believe that the council need take up and be responsible for in terms of what they pay for employees and for their families. But also this was about trying to bring this issue to the forefront as a major part of our budget. It's $42 million single contract. It's the biggest single contract we have with anyone. But it's all about being sustainable. You're going to hear that. I've been saying that for the 10 years I've been here. I'm going to continue to say that the most important thing we have to do when running this government is we have to be sustainable. And I think everybody on all the council members agree with me that we have to keep sustainability in the crosshairs, because we have to make sure that we are able to function and manage into the future. And we have to make sure that the legacy we leave is that we leave people that can manage, that can govern in the future with the ability to do so. And the only way you do that is if you go down a path where you look at everything in terms of sustainability. So this was to give two things: assurance to the employees, which is a major factor in us attracting and retaining people, also in protecting their families, but also protecting the taxpayer in terms of what we can afford. I think the new program we have divides up those responsibilities in a fair and equitable way. And I think that the council, I know you've gone through this, but this will be your formal chance to adopt that, that we can then use for all the employees, like I said, also retired employees and people that are part-time. With that, I'll bring forward Mr. Moats. He can introduce his team. I do want to make a special shout out to Mr. Pozo, who's been key in getting this through with our employees and all of the rest of Tom's team. But I also want to do a special shout out, and that's to Mr. Robinson. In my almost 41 years of government, I've been associated with a lot of people that we've hired as consultants. And without a doubt, he's probably the best I've ever hired. And he has saved this county a ton of money. In fact, he'd probably be better off by getting a percentage of what he saved rather than what we pay him. And he'd be a wealthy guy, okay? but he's done a tremendous amount. And for anyone that really understands and knows insurance, and I have a couple council members that do, I think they really seen that this was the right guy to bring on board. And also, I want to thank the council for allowing me the opportunity to take 2 years using the advice of the council and us touching base with the council during that 2-year period to involve our employees from the bottom up on how healthcare works, what it costs, how important it is, and for them to understand the issues that we were facing in bidding this out. And I think because of that, as you're going to see when the staff gets up here, what we have is a workforce, I think, that now understands and appreciates the quality and the cost of healthcare. And I think it has eliminated the issue that most every other governments have, and that's all the controversy and the angst that's behind the selection of healthcare providers. And I think we've avoided that because I think we went in with open arms and allowed everyone to participate. In fact, in all my years, it's probably the most participation I've ever had in terms of the healthcare plan that we were going to pick. We needed those 2 years to do it, and I really appreciate the hard work of the team. Once again, Mr. Robinson, heck of a job, okay? Mr. Moats?
Good morning. I'm Tom Moats, the Human Resources Director. I'd also like to state what Mr. Deneen did and thank Mr. Robinson and Joe Pozo, but also I'd like to recognize Angela Slayton, who's here this morning, and who's not here is Dave Merrill, our benefits manager, for the help. They've been a great team that's worked on this project. Dave's actually out today. We've been meeting with the employees. We've had to date 85 meetings with the employees talking about this program. They've all been positive. That's almost unheard of. I was been surprised, but every single one has been a positive. We've met with over 900 employees, and 2,200 are covered. So we're almost half of them already. And we start open enrollment on Friday. This morning, again, we'd like to go over and show you the program to get your approval so we can proceed with open enrollment on Friday. At this time, I have Mr. Robinson here. As Mr. Deneen stated, we'd like for him to step forward and go over it with you and answer any questions you might have. At this point, Mr. Robinson.
And Council, while I know that this is somewhat redundant because you have been involved in every step of the way for almost 2 years, together with the discussion we had in the shade tree, I do think for the public's sake, while Mr. Robinson will go through these slides quick, I think that the citizens need to know, and in some ways, I think it's good for you to get credit for the efforts you put behind following this along for 2 years and making sure that you really understood this expenditure, because it's such a large expenditure, but such an important one. So bear with us as we once again walk you through. Thank you.
John Robinson, President and CEO of Robinson Bush, Orlando, Florida, and also New Smyrna Beach, Florida. What I'd like to do over the next several minutes is just to bring you up to date on some of the premium adjustments that are being recommended over the next 5-year period, along with talking about those benefits for active employees and retirees as we move forward with these particular programs. These have all followed that RFP process that we've gone through in the way to bring you cost-effective alternatives to your health plan coverage. One of the things that we're starting with is the active employee premiums and deductions that are taking place now. Currently, you are paying 87% as the county, and the employee is paying 13% for the actual premiums for their health plan coverage today. Employees with dependents are paying between 18.4% and 23.8%. The recommendation moving forward is to continue the employee-only deductions at 13% and to move the dependent tier deductions to 25%, and to do that over a 5-year period. So those adjustments will be made each year for the next 5-year period, in addition to any trends that would have to be increased at that point in time.
Mr. Robinson, one of the things I want to mention to the council and reiterate is that move over 5 years, which I think is fair, everything we're doing here will leave us as a provider where we are doing probably the best for families, retirees of anyone. So in some cases, our stuff was out of line. We're going to bring it back into line in some cases, and he's tweaked, but we're still going to be, I don't want to use the word generous, but I want to say fair in terms of comparison to all other employers. The other thing is that everything you see today, and I'm going to underline this, everything you see today is about sustainability in 5 years so that we can continue to pay these premiums, and that we'll be able to do that under the 5-year plan that we have, and it's still part of Go to Zero. Mr. Robinson?
In 2017, we're looking at having no actual increase to the actuarial premiums that we will have and have had designed and developed for this upcoming year because of the RFP process and some of the changes we're making to the plans themselves. So the adjustments that will be made are the adjustments to that 25%. So you can see an adjustment on the employee only of 0 at the 13%, and then an adjustment of $1.35 to $12.12 because of the family coverage being the one that needs to be brought up the most. Those are the adjustments that are being made with that recommendation in year 1 to move to that 25% level. There is help that the county provides for those individuals that have dependent coverage, and it's the dependent health care subsidy that's been in existence for several years now, 20 years or so. It has been a flat dollar amount up to this point in time. The recommendation is to change it from the flat dollar amount to a percentage of the actual premiums that employees are paying for dependent coverage. Currently, it exists for anyone at the 150, 175, and 200% of the federal poverty level. One recommendation is to add another tier to that, and that's the 225% of the poverty level, and to make it a percent instead of the actual dollar amounts. Currently, there are 52 individuals that qualify for this, and individuals have to qualify on an annual basis for this by showing proof of their family income. Because it's the family income that drives this. Those 52 individuals have a budget impact of approximately $47,600 for next year, based on this particular plan. This will be also publicized in the annual enrollment this year, and we think that it will increase more so because of the emphasis that will be placed on this. So we look at additional people qualifying for this particular benefit as well. And you can see the percentages, the lower the federal poverty level, the higher the percentages would be. So this will also be in effect for the years in the future, so that it wouldn't have to be the dollar amount that as it's set up today. Part-time employees get benefits here, and you have some of the benefits for some of your library and IT staff and a number of other groups that participate in the part-time benefit. You pay 50% of the active employee premium rates. The adjustments that are being made to dependents will also be made to these rates, and then there's a minor adjustment that has to be made to those rates as well to get it at that 50% level. So it'll be 50% of the active employee level as we move forward, and it'll be adjusted because of those dependent tiers as well. In addition to that, COBRA is offered to those employees, former employees that left your employment for coverage that they can continue to have. Currently, the premiums are based on 102% of the retiree premiums that you subsidize. The recommendation going forward is to have individuals that take COBRA coverage to pay the 100% of the premium, and you see in the column the 100% of the premium of the $662.69 up to the $1,988. So that's the recommendation that will go into effect January 1 and beginning of 2017 as well for those individuals that take COBRA. We looked at retiree coverage differently. We separated out the retirees under age 65 with the retirees over 65. The retirees under 65 are on your active employee plan, and we have RFPs that we put together this past year for those retirees over 65 that are eligible for Medicare so that their cost savings can be greater. Currently, the retirees are paying between 69.8% of the premium and 51.4% of the premium. The recommendation moving forward is to move over a 5-year period retirees under 65 to an 80%, 20%, where the county would pay 20% and the retirees would pay 80% of the premium. A number of local entities have it at 100% of those particular premiums. The recommendation here is at the 80%. The impact in the first year of this would be raising that employee-only premium from the $462 to $508, and then moving forward from that and adjustments that would be made over time. And again, more adjustments made to the family coverage because of the differences in the percentages so that we can get it to that 80% over time. In addition to the premium adjustments that are being recommended, we're making some health plan design recommendations as well. Currently in 2016 and before this, you've had two in-network types of benefits. You've had one that's been in your local area here, and then one that's been that wraparound network through MultiPlan. The recommendation moving forward is to eliminate those two in-network benefits and to replace it with the Cigna National Network. Because of going through the RFP process, we now have the ability to have one seamless network instead of the several networks that we had in existence to this. There is still the out-of-network benefit, that's the deductible and the co-insurance, but we made some recommendations and some modifications to the plan design. The plan design recommendations are made to encourage and to reward individuals that use the most cost-effective treatments for plans. We've lowered the primary care. We've lowered the urgent care. We have increased the co-payments on emergency room care. One, because of the cost, and two, just because of the differences in trying to encourage people to use the most cost-effective care. One of the benefits that we've added this upcoming year is one of Mr. Dineen's favorites, and that's the telemedicine visit. Where someone could call with some respiratory issues or some of the minor issues that to avoid some of the urgent care after hours and have a doctor deal with them in that particular area. We have changed some of the MRIs to encourage people to use freestanding facilities instead of the outpatient hospitals because of the differences in cost of care as well. In addition to that, we've looked at the over 65 population a little differently. Through the RFP process, a contract was awarded to United Healthcare for some of the AARP plans from the Medicare supplement. We also have the pharmacy that I'll talk about in a little bit. The supplement plans that are going to be offered through United Healthcare are Plans F and Plans N. They are regulated by CMS and the federal government, and they pay what Medicare does not pay up to these particular levels. Plan F is richer than Plan N. Plan N has some deductibles and co-payments and co-insurance that are part of that particular plan. In looking at some of the comparisons to your current plan, if you look at the 2016 in-network plan for active employees, the retirees that pick Plan F with the pharmacy will have no out-of-pocket expenses for what Medicare does not pay for. Plan N would have the up to $20 office visits and then $50 if they go to the emergency room for that. The pharmacy coverage will be a little better from the generic perspective. Instead of the $20, retirees would be paying $15 for that particular generic coverage, so it would be $15, $35, and $55 for that. Retirees and spouses will pay 100% of the premium, so it's a benefit that is offered to retirees that are over 65. The rates that we got for this particular benefit, the supplement and the pharmacy, when you add them together, they're age rated. It's so that individuals that are older pay a little more for the medical part of it, but a little less for the pharmacy piece. The rates are set for 2017 on the pharmacy. For 2016, they have been filed, and they'll be available within the next couple months. They are expecting a 3% or less increase in the medical portion of it. So looking at the totals, a retiree that is currently under 65 will be paying $508 for this particular plan. And you can see that Plan F, the most someone would pay would be $440, or if they take Plan N, it would be the $370 for these particular benefits. These are rates that are for Volusia and Flagler counties. Someone that lives in other counties pay a different rate. Those people that are tobacco users will also pay more for the coverage as well. It's another 10% load on the medical portion of the plan itself, but it is based on zip codes and age of issue. That's a summary of the different plans, summary of the costs and the premiums that are being recommended, summary of the plan designs that are being recommended, and the changes that are being requested for the part-time employees, COBRA employees, and then the information on retirees that were presented in this particular work that has been done over the last 2 years, as Mr. Dineen has talked about. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Robinson, I would like to add for the council's sake is that there's always this issue about lower paid employees and their health care and the impacts that increased costs affect, how they affect them. Because it is a different impact if you're a lower salaried employee. And I do think we need to be cognizant of that. And I do think that the way to go is this sort of makes us leaders. Originally, you had a plan that was pretty so-so. You gave, it only affected about 50 people, and you gave a certain dollar amount, which you didn't change in 20 years. So you can imagine it wasn't that helpful to people. I really do think that the way we have suggested to you of using a percentage of the premium based on the actual income. So this is income based, not just their job based. That not only is that the right thing to do and the fair thing to do, but I also think it's appropriate in terms of what makes sense in relationship to other employees, because this really is about need. And what I do like about the percentage, and we're going to try and promote that with people that really have income issues, is I would suggest, council, into the future that this plan, because we're going to sort of draw a line in the sand about what we're going to provide, the 87% or the 75%, is sustainable for us. The employee will pick up their increased costs over time as healthcare goes up, and we'll pick up ours, but we'll have settled on a formula that makes sense for everybody. What I would like, and like I said, it will fit our Go to Zero plan. I will tell you, though, if we believe that we need to make a change, say next year, because, who knows what the economy is going to bring, and the place that it'll affect most is always the people with the lowest incomes. What we do have in this plan is the flexibility, if the council ever needs to, is to make some changes to that formula for those that are at the lower end in terms of the wages that they make. So what I can give you, as I feel, is some confidence level that if we believe that the impacts, because we've budgeted for 9%, but if something would happen and it would change, the best way to address them would be, we would try to address it in the subsidy program. I think it's not that much of a drain on taxpayers to do it that way, but it really gets to the heart of the matter of the people that don't make the same kind of income or don't have the same opportunity but need that health care. So I want to assure the council that I think if we run into some kind of snag, we have an opportunity to adjust that, and I think I could still do that and still fit it in to Go to Zero. So I think it gives us flexibility, but it's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do too. I think that it's ethical that those are the people that have, some people, their health care value is as much as 40 or 50% of what they make in wages. And I don't think we want to forget that. And a lot of those people do critical jobs. And once again, on some of the jobs where we have a lot of turnover, like in the case of telecommunicators or corrections or EVAC, bottom line is that our healthcare plan is in some ways the key thing that helps us get the employees that we do have and retain the ones we do have. So healthcare is a big thing. I want to thank the group once again for the hard work, all of your people, Tom, that have been out there. And I would say I've had a number of employees come up to me, both union and non-union people, who have told me that they really appreciated what we did to inform them, that they understand it better, and that they feel good. That I think they were fearful of what might happen to their health care. I don't think anybody thought that they would feel better about the health care plan. I think they were fearful that they would lose benefits. And now they're finding out that actually this is a better quality plan that protects them. And I think everybody likes this sort of, I've gotten a sigh of relief, like if the council adopts this means we got stability in health care we hope for the long term. So I want to thank everybody. I will tell you, I've been involved in a lot of efforts like this. I've never been in one involved where we actually had this many people involved, and we really spent the time to get the employees involved. And I think it shows in the results. And in fact, we have the one contract from EVAC that came up, and it's the first one we settled with the new health care, and health care wasn't even an issue. That's saying something. So thank you once again.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we're going to need a motion on this.
Yes, a motion and a second.
But before I do that, I want to thank you for all the good work that has been done on this project. This was not an easy task, and for us to get here in such a comprehensive, positive outlook in today's climate, one thing we don't control is what's going to happen above us at a level that we have no input in. We're left to damage control. So I think this is an excellent product. It just is for this particular climate. We've seen what some other governments have had to deal with in getting to here. So you've assembled a very good team. Thank you for your work. It's really pretty impressive. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the premium rate schedules and health plan schedule benefits for our county employees and retired county employees.
Okay, I have a motion for approval and a second by Mr. Patterson. You still have the floor, madam.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And now, Mr. Patterson.
My 38 years in this business of insurance, and it's one of those things that, especially when you get into health insurance, and I always hear people say, well, this plan is better, or I'm paying less, and you really, really have to know what you're talking about when you start looking and analyzing health insurance, especially group health insurance, or in our case, a true group that is. And years ago, I used to write a lot of health insurance, and I haven't done that in quite a few years. It's just that it's gotten so complicated and so intense, paperwork intense, that I decided I'd stick with my property and casualty business and referred out the health insurance side of the business to somebody else. One question. What was that comment, Miss?
You're welcome. Thanks for the referrals, but that's okay. Go on.
But there was how many different providers of health insurance responded when y'all were looking, John?
We had 4 different providers that submitted proposals.
Also, I think what's important to note is that what we did to get competition, we allowed people to give us proposals where they were fully insured or self-insured. So we opened this up to every provider and variation, and we were not biased. We said, whoever can give us the best program, we are open to complete, because we're self-insured, we were willing to go fully insured if they could give us and prove to us that it was a better program and saved us money. So I want to make sure everybody knows, we asked everybody that's out there that could have bid, that everybody was open to bid.
And there were 4 proposals that we received on the self-funded, and then 1 from the fully insured. Or, fully insured, yes, 1 fully insured, and then the 4 self-funded.
The main reason I asked that question, just get it on the record, that we really try to get anybody and everybody that could put forth a proposal to get involved, because I keep hearing comments out there, oh, we're just giving the farm away, and it's employee rich, and I think you have done, which I knew you were going to do from my past experience over 20 years ago with the Yak Corporation. You did a tremendous job for us there when we were going out for health insurance. So I'm just really pleased. I'm really pleased with this. I think it's a good deal for our employees. I think it helps in retaining employees. I think it helps in recruiting employees today, is when you look at the various benefits that are available. So thanks a lot.
And Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say kudos to this health team. As a healthcare professional, I think that one of the most important things that we have available to us is the opportunity to have health insurance. I know that we have looked at many plans, and I think this is the best of every world we could have for our employees. It's important that we have in place opportunities for prevention and intervention. that we do what is necessary to provide quality health care for our employees. It's a game changer for many people. And I just want to add my sincere thanks to Mr. Deneen and the staff, and to you, the healthcare team, for putting together for us and our employees a plan, I think, second to none. This is good work, and I'm so proud that to be able to vote to have this in place for our employees. I think that this is what you are being trailblazers as employers here in Volusia County as a part of this county council. We're really making the trail for others to follow. So I'm very proud and pleased to support this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's?
Just one final comment, too, and while this has been negotiated, the difference, too, is there are increases in here, lest anybody think that there's not, with some out-of-pocket and some other services. So there's a balanced approach to this business-wise. So there will be some costs absorbed by the users of the system, which is very effective. But just another sidebar comment, I thought this was very interesting. There was an article, I don't know, I think they were profiling Walmart and how many of their employees are on social assistance because of just the pay rate and the way the corporation's set up. I can't tell you how many times we all hear that we need to be run more like a business. If we were run more like a business, our own employees would be the very ones saturating the social network that we work so tirelessly to support for all of our citizens. So I think this is government at its best. This is, so those that want us to be run like a corporation, I'm not with you there, not on this. And I think this model is more effective than some of the other models and supports the very issues and mission that we say we support. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kuzak?
I just needed to make sure that we understand there are increases here, but we also have this in a phased-in program over a 5-year period. I think that's significant. And then I think that you also have a scale that said the ones that can least afford will be taken care of in this. So these are all safety measures that we have in place to support the plan that we're presenting. I think that we have crossed every T and dotted every I in this plan. Inasmuch as we have looked out for the least of these, we have phased in the increases, we have looked at the raises that the employees would probably anticipate over a 5-year period. And all of those things together have become a part of the formula that brings us here today. I just wanted to put that, too, on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Patterson, then Mr. Deneen.
Yeah, just one final comment. Mr. Deneen, I hope that the recognition for the staff going out in 85 meetings. In past years, when I was writing health insurance, going before just one meeting sometimes can get a little contentious when you're talking about the families and the benefits that they have. So I think, Tom, your department has done a tremendous job here, and I want to just give you all the recognition you deserve in working with Mr. Robinson on this whole program. And coming from Mr. Dean, I think you did a good job on making the selection, or recommending the selection, so thank you.
And we'll segue right over there to Mr. Deneen.
One other comment to make this better for everybody. One of the things we also did, in addition to all the things that Ms. Cusack and Ms. Denny's mentioned, was we also really looked at how we would incentivize people to use the health care differently by incentivizing people to make smart choices like on MRIs and stuff. But before you didn't, it wasn't in their fiscal best interest to make the best decision. Well, now we're saying, look, if you make the choice that you don't want to spend as much and you want to go to an outpatient place to get your MRI, you can save money in the system, but we needed to make sure that that was incentivized. And so our team looked at that. But the thing I want to emphasize most is I really want to thank the council, and I think people need to really take this into consideration. None of this would have happened if you hadn't said, you know what, do what you got to do, take the 2 years, don't rush, involve the employees, which we promised we would do, and you said, look, you asked me, try to go out there and get everybody to bid, lay it out, compare apples to apples. We want a good health care program. We want to save money where we can. But you said, we'll give you the opportunity. You let me hire Mr. Robinson, and you said, we'll give you the time. And so instead of waiting until the end and rushing, you gave us the time. Our expectation is that you wanted the product that you have before you. And I wanted to tell the council how much I appreciate, because all too often I think I've seen situations in other governments where you get people on a dais who, for whatever reason, start making comments and don't want you to follow the process, and somebody told them, as Mr. Patterson said, oh, I know a cheaper way, I know a better. We didn't buy that. We said we'll go through, we'll do a very methodical process. We'll let the numbers speak for the numbers in terms of the bid. We will compare apples to apples. I think that's what Mr. Patterson was really getting at. They confuse you with this apples to oranges nonsense, which you're really not comparing the same health care. And I honestly believe for all of the employees that elect not to be represented by a union, and for all the employees that decide to be in a union, who really have choice when it comes to where they want to work, and they also have to, that healthcare matters, for them to say to the council, we trust your opinion, we trust what you would do for us, that you would do the best for us at the best cost to the public, and put their faith in the council. I think that faith has been well rewarded. I think the council said that we're going to make sure that you get a good product for what we're going to put in front of you. You're going to have good health care if we all stay as a group. And the other thing is, the more we stay as one group, the more effective cost-wise it is for us. So that was the other thing. But I want to thank the council, because I think for 2 years now, I've had nothing but your support to walk through this project and really take our time to do it right. And that's why we're here today. So thanks to the council.
Okay, any other comment? Okay, moving on. All those, I guess we've had the motion and the second. Item 2, premium rate schedules and health plan schedule for benefits for county employees and retired county employees. Motion for approval. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed. Unanimous. So we carry on. All right, item number 3, the agreement with the City of Orange City transferring the water system serving the Blue Springs Landing residential development. Mr. Reckenwald, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks. As John and his team walks up here, just wanted to comment on this item. A couple things. There was a supplemental document. We had to make a late revision in naming that John can go over. This is a good example. We've worked together with the City of Orange City on this. This particular system, we, as a county utility provider, of course, we have to cover a lot of areas that are not centrally located, spread out throughout the county. We have some of these, what we call consecutive systems where we have to buy either water or sewer service from a neighboring city. There's been recent changes and regulations that make that sometimes a challenge. I think Mike and his team have done a great job, and really I want to commend the folks to the work they've done, and commend the City of Orange City to work with us on this project. We think it's the right thing to do for the system as a whole. And we look forward to working with them on further projects that are down the road. We are also, we provide sewer services in the City of Orange City. So we work together. It's a nice relationship that I think is only getting better over time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Ulrich, our Director of Utilities.
Thank you, George.
Morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. I am pleased to present this item today because it really represents a cooperative project initiative involving Orange City and Volusia County, as well as our the Florida Department of Health, our local staff, as well as Tallahassee. And in the audience today, I wish to acknowledge Dale Arrington, the City Manager for Orange City, as well as Migdalia Hernandez, the Public Works Director. Again, I thank them along with county utility staff, our legal staff, and of course county leadership for their contributing roles in this. Now to best explain this initiative, and I have to really kind of start with a 10,000 foot view, if you will, and then kind of zero in on the specifics of this project. The utility system itself is unique, as George had explained, and in a way to basically explain what you see up here is that 90% of our actual water customers receive water from us from the standpoint of we pump it, we treat it, we distribute it. But in certain circumstances, about 10% of our customer base, we actually purchase finished water from another provider. And as George had mentioned, this is referred to as a consecutive water system. Essentially, we're a middleman. We receive the water from someone else, and then we just simply distribute it, and then we sell it. We buy it at wholesale, we sell it at retail. In this situation, this arrangement, whereby we have purchased water from Orange City for nearly 20 years now, this is a small subdivision in unincorporated Volusia County, but adjacent to the Orange City utility service area, as you can see. 26 parcels, and over the years, this arrangement has worked really quite fine. You can see that when you have a 26 parcel development, having an actual water plant or having elaborate infrastructure to get to these locations are very problematic, and so you would look to a water provider such as Orange City, which has lines in the immediate area, to be able to provide that water service. But as regulations continue to increase, federal regulations that is, for increased water standards and things like that, small systems like this becomes very difficult to monitor as well as maintain actual water quality, because we're not actually treating the water ourselves. We're simply buying it from another provider and distributing it. And many of the regulations which we are now under parameters that we're responsible for, we really don't have much control over how to fix or change things. And so in this type of practical matter, this is what makes this particular transfer of the system advantageous both to both utilities as well as the customers in general that are served by this. So would you go to the second map? The specifics of the improvements as we did, I'm going to just zero in on that pink area that you saw on the last map, is that this is, again, Blue Spring Landing subdivision, 26 parcels. And to the north, there's an Orange City water main that has always fed this consecutive water system. And essentially, those blue lines were the system that we had used to feed down into that area. What we essentially did was, in making these water quality improvements, we have constructed a couple of additional lines, and the whole purpose of this is to improve the overall water quality, trying to reduce the actual water age in the system. As water ages in the system or stays stagnant, the water quality tends to degrade. So what we did in doing these types of lines is we added a couple of lines within the cul-de-sac area, and then did a connection to the bottom of connecting to Orange City's other main. And so what we created was a loop system which allows the water to continuously move under pressure and makes it much easier to maintain. And in essence, we've eliminated the consecutive water system altogether. So again, from the standpoint of water quality, this is a significant improvement. I really wish to thank Orange City staff for their leadership and cooperation in this initiative. Again, in particular, my fellow utility director, who really understands the importance of ensuring this water quality, and ensuring drinking water compliance, and also helping us to provide the most efficient and effective ways to deliver this type of water. And as George had mentioned, these cooperative efforts continue not only on this small project here, but also in much bigger scale projects as we address the environmental issues with regards to Blue Spring itself, future wastewater planning, as far as future removal of septic tanks in that area. We are the provider for Orange City in that. We look forward to working with them on some joint planning initiatives that will benefit their city as well as overall the entire area of the spring shed. And I think really if I left with you one key message, particularly when you're talking about all of the various utilities and the different managers that I work with throughout the county, it's really important, even from our perspective as county government, is to realize that just one local government agency really, in these issues of large-scale water issues that everyone is facing these days, is no one can really do, not one single agency can do everything, but really every agency can do something. And this is a great opportunity that we're working with Orange City on. And again, I thank them for their contribution and welcome any questions you have.
Mr. Patterson-Head?
I really don't have any questions other than you want us to move approval of the revised request. Okay, I'll go ahead and move the agreement with the City of Orange City transferring the water system serving the Blue Spring residential development, and that is the revised request from the City of Orange City.
I'll second that. Would like to make a comment.
Okay. Have a motion for approval with the revised
agreement.
Okay, and a second by Mr. Lowry. You still have the floor, sir?
I'm fine.
All right, Mr. Lowry.
Just want to make a quick comment. I'm excited to see this move forward so smoothly because Deltona my district has some issues too. Not issues, but have some things that we'd like to see get resolved similarly down the road. And I appreciate all the hard work that went into it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment? Okay, seeing no further comment. All those in favor of the agreement with the City of Orange City transferring the water system serving the Blue Springs Landing residential development with the revised agreement, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. And so carried unanimous. And we will move on to item number 4, renewal of the state legislative consulting service agreement with Gray Robinson. Let's see, are we on time here?
Mr. Chair, could we move for a 10-minute recess, please?
Okay, is there any objection to a 10-minute recess? Okay, without objection, so carried. You guys can get ready here, and we'll be back in 10, okay? We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Yeah. Chambers could please come to order, please. Usually I just hit that one time, everybody just gets quiet. Today, I don't know, it's a weird day today. Okay. All right, we are coming back from recess, a little extended there, had some business to take care of. And I guess we will now. What did you do to my iPad here? There we are. I was looking at my agenda here. Okay, and here we are. Item 4, renewal of the State Legislative Consulting Service Agreement with Gray Robertson, PA. Mr. Rick Carl, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. I'm here with Arlene Smith, who's our Legislative Coordinator. We're here to introduce Robert Stewart and his team, including Dean Cannon, the Honorable Dean Cannon, former Speaker of the House, who's now part of the team. We wanted to make this a formal presentation because with the federal lobbyists, you have went through the competitive process, but traditionally with the state lobbyists, we have not. So we want to make sure that you are comfortable moving forward and happy with the work that we're doing, and looking for your direction. And if it's your will, we'll renew their contract this coming year under the same terms and conditions as previously engaged. So with that, I would like to introduce Robert Stewart to introduce the team and go through our presentation. Robert?
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council and staff. Thank you for having us today. Robert Stewart, Gray Robinson in Orlando, Florida. Happy to be with you. We'll run through a couple of slides, and what I first want to do is introduce what I'm going to call our expanded team. I'll preface this by saying that at Gray Robinson, we pride ourselves on leveraging the full resources of the firm, all 13 offices, all 300 lawyers and professionals for any of our clients that might need it. But for the specific use of this team, the ones that you'll be interacting with the most are who you see on the screen there. You know me, you know Chris Carmody, who you'll hear from here in just a minute. Chris Dawson, who couldn't be with us today, he's overseas, but he will continue to be a part of the team. And then 3 new additions that you'll be interacting with regularly. The first is Speaker Dean Cannon, and you'll be hearing from him shortly. Tim Serio. Tim is his wife, unfortunately, got admitted to the hospital yesterday. She's doing much better today, but he was otherwise going to be with us, and we will get him down here to meet with all of you soon. Tim is a former general counsel and chief of staff to the Department of Health, and then most recently former former general counsel to the governor before coming back to the firm a few months ago. So we're happy to have Tim back, and he'll be helping us on behalf of Volusia, mostly on the executive side of things. Most recently, we've included him in our efforts with Zika because of his relationship to the Department of Health and in the executive branch. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about that later. And then Katie Fleury, who is new to our team, as of last Monday. Katie has been on staff with the Florida Legislature for the last 6 years, serving as the Chief of Staff to State Representative Jason Broder, who, when he was first elected, had a piece of Volusia County. After redistricting, he's only in Seminole. But Katie's experiences in the halls of Tallahassee are going to be of value to our team and to Volusia County as we go forward. So that's the expanded team. And then I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that we've worked on with Volusia County over the years and some of the successes that we've been able to have alongside you. The first that I'll point to is the wastewater treatment plant that is in the southwest part of the county serving the Blue Springs area. That is a success that is often, and we've heard it in presentations around the state, that is lauded by the Department of Environmental Protection for the way that it was done. It wasn't a legislative appropriation. We talked to the legislature about the importance of this project of Volusia County, but it ultimately got funded, or is being funded, through a partnership with the DEP and the St. Johns River Water Management District. That amount today is about $5.5 million. There is a chance, and Mike Ulrich on your staff, who, as you all know, is fantastic, is actively working on that to try to boost that number even more. That may happen, but today that's $5.5 million for that wastewater treatment plant from the Department of Environmental Protection and the St. Johns River Water Management District. In the last 2 sessions, there has been $600,000 between 2 water projects that have also come down. One was a Blue Springs test well. One was a nutrient reduction project that was both water projects funded through the legislature, and we were excited to be a part of bringing those home to you. On the policy side, we've worked most recently on issues related to the COPCN and protecting county and local control on issues such as that. And then with your charter, there was a movement to change the way that counties elect their constitutional officers, which would have impacted the way Volusia's charter form of government is run. We were able to seek clarity on that piece of legislation so that Volusia wasn't impacted, which was an important thing. And Mr. Deneen was great to come up to Tallahassee and be a part of those conversations, which at times were long. I'll say the meetings we had were quite lengthy to get to a solution, but we were able to find a good one there. Of course,
I do want to comment on that we appreciate the opportunity that I got to go forward and to make those presentations. I think it was an eye-opener to some of the people that I had an opportunity to talk to who had lost perspective, and we've gotten lost in the shuffle that somehow we have a unique form of government in the state of Florida, I would argue the best, and that we're the only county that has a charter that was a special act of the legislature, and it was put in place to keep out patronage and corruption, and that we want to stay that way. And I find it really interesting that given the opportunity to speak to everyone, they went, oh, I guess we don't want to touch your form of government. So I really do think that that was a critical issue for us. I want to appreciate Dan's help, Dan, our attorney, and I do appreciate the effort you guys put in. I do think when somebody starts to attack the form of government we had here that was passed by the citizens, that was a big deal, real big deal, and I'm glad it went the right way.
It did. Thank you, Jim. And then I'm going to let Chris Carmody talk about trails funding here in just a moment, but we obviously all know the Department of Juvenile Justice issue and where that all landed, and we've discussed that one with you in the past. And then legislative appropriations. We were able to bring home two projects, or I'll say funded two projects in the legislative process the last 2 years, one for Williamson Road, one for the Marine Science Center. Both of those ultimately were vetoed by the governor, but I think the good news is we have buy-in from our legislative delegation to continue working on those projects and other projects that are deemed a priority by this county. And we are on all of the projects that are put before us as a team to work on, actively working on the governor's office in tandem with the legislature to be sure that we try to avoid those vetoes in the future. You'll remember that on those two particular projects, you weren't alone. The entire fund from which that project was funded, all the projects that were within it were vetoed. You weren't alone in that. It wasn't specific to Volusia, but those are two that I would point out to you. And then Chris is going to come up and talk about some of the things that we're actively working on now, and the things that we're looking to do in the future along with you. But one thing I will make note of is that Senator Jack Latvala, many of you know Senator Latvala, he's the incoming Appropriations Chairman for the Florida Senate. We were with him just a couple of weeks ago, and he expressed an interest in coming to Volusia County to meet with the county in the coming months about what your projects are. He obviously, as the budget chairman, will have significant sway over what the Appropriations Act looks like coming out of the Senate and coming out of the legislature as a whole, and he wants to make sure that he knows what your priorities are, understands them, and is able to provide feedback directly to the county on the things that he wants to see you work on going forward. So that was a great branch from him to come, willingness for him to come and meet with you, and we will get that coordinated here in the next little bit. So Chris, I'm going to have you come up and talk about trails, and then of course what we're working on right now.
Good morning, Chris Carmody with Gray Robinson. As Robert mentioned, trails funding, obviously you all care about policy and making sure your interests are protected in Tallahassee, but to a certain degree, you and your constituents probably ask questions, what's the ROI on some of these contracts? And Robert discussed some of that with the wastewater treatment facility. I would also point out the trails funding. Working with your team and staff, we were able to help make sure that the St. John's to the Sea Loop Trail was ranked first by the Greenways and Trails Council. And probably most importantly, we were able to preserve that ranking. You may know, some of you following that a Capital to the Sea Loop based out of Tallahassee was second place by one vote, and there was a big push within there to re-rank them so they could get first. What does that translate into? You're going to see in the next couple of weeks the Department of Transportation that actually controls those funds, even though they're ranked by DEP's group, they're going to release $50 million worth of projects. I would expect, and based on all the intel I've had in discussing with staff, 1/3 of that $50 million will go towards projects for St. John's to the Sea. That's real dollars, real impact on your community, both for an economic driver, those trails are very popular, but also quality of life. So we're very proud to be working with your team on that. And obviously we'll work with your team going forward to make sure that those funding stays in place for the rest of the trail projects. What we've been working on this summer, there has been not much rest since legislature gavelled out. Zika has hit Florida, mostly South Florida, but your team working with Arlene and the rest of your staff has been great. We've been working with Tim Serio, who you saw Robert mention earlier in our office, who has a lot of Department of Health ties, to make sure that the funding formula that's in place is fair to Volusia, and also making sure that Volusia is getting the proper attention when we go up there. Fortunately, there hasn't been any major incidents too north of Miami, but we are prepared, we're ready. So if and when that occurs, Volusia will be in good hands there. As you know, we've had one-on-one meetings with you all to make sure that we're addressing those issues that are currently going on this summer, but obviously the ones that will occur during next legislative session. And so we'll continue to have those meetings as we lead up to March and April of 2017. Enterprise Florida meeting. We have been meeting with the governor's team and Enterprise Florida's team. This week's been a little bit on delay because of what happened with Hurricane Hermine, but they had just meetings. We had meetings with them just last week. We'll continue to secure when they have their first available date, which we would expect either late 2016 or sometime early 2017. The response has been positive, so we expect that will be secured, but wanted to give you an update on that. The second annual Volusia Legislative Delegation Workshop last year was very successful. We're in the works of planning that, whether it be December or early January, with your local delegation and you all that I stand before, and of course staff. And then of course we've been staying in touch with all of the legislators on the priorities, most notably on DECA this summer, working with your local House and Senate members to make sure that Volusia is represented properly in Tallahassee, but obviously across the state, and letting them know the importance there. And of course, the political insight and guidance on key legislative races. We've been trying to work with staff to make sure that we're well positioned after the November elections to work with those who are elected at the House and Senate level. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Speaker Cannon.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners and professional staff. Thank you very much for the chance to be here this morning. My name is Dean Cannon, and I'm honored to be, along with Katie and Tim and a few other folks, new additions to your already very strong lobbying team. I wanted to introduce myself in particular because my background as both a lawyer and a lobbyist, and ultimately a public official, along with Commissioner Patterson and Commissioner Cusack, was in local government. I actually started with Gray Robinson in 1995 and advised counties throughout Central Florida on everything from water and wastewater to public safety to other issues. And then in 2004, ultimately ran for the House, spent 8 years in the Florida House, the first four of which were very good years, 2004 to 2008. The last 4 years in the House, from 2008 to 2012, were, as you know, some of the most trying we've had in the modern economy since the Great Depression. Through that, we developed some policy expertise in all sorts of local government issues, everything from taxation to the charter to the Home Rule Authority, all those types of issues. And then when I left office in 2012, started a lobbying firm along with former Speaker Larry Creedle, who's out now also available to the county, and grew that firm in Tallahassee. In a wonderful serendipitous turn of events, I just merged that firm back into Gray Robinson a couple months ago, and so now I'm very pleased to again be back doing where I started my career, representing local governments, both as an attorney and as a lobbyist. One of the three things, or three of the four things that I think we add, and that Gray Robinson adds to Volusia County, is local government representation is in our DNA. Charlie Gray got his start as a county attorney for Orange County many years ago. Those of us, Chris and Robert and Chris and Katie and Tim and I, have developed a network of relationships and appreciation for the policy and an understanding of the politics that can benefit you the most. First on policy, whether it is a taxation issue, property taxes, water and wastewater, we have the substantive knowledge that you need. On politics, we have friends on both sides of the political spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, and in particular, Tim Serio's experience with the executive branch is something that I think is, as we all know, vital. You can get something funded, but if you have to overcome a veto, that expertise is equally important to the legislative funding side. And I think Tim's addition to the team can play a big role to that. And then finally, appropriations and the relationships. Katie Fleury is here. She spent 6 years as professional staff in the House. And as I'm sure Commissioner Cusack and Commissioner Patterson can tell you, it's great to have relationships with the elected officials in Tallahassee, but it's equally vital that you have a relationship with the professional staff, because they can make you or break you up there just like they can down here. And so Katie's presence on the team, with 6 years experience working for the Florida House for multiple members, multiple policy folks, and the appropriations folks, is also a vital add. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Robert. I think he'll do Q&A and wrap up, and then we'll be available. But it's an honor to represent you, and thank you for the privilege to be here this morning.
Thank you, Dean. And so, yeah, just a couple of final points, and then I'd love to answer any questions along with my team that you might have. Our ongoing commitment is to continue being available 24/7 to Volusia County, to you as council members, to your staff, to be available to make sure that your interests are represented well in Tallahassee. We will continue to passionately advocate on behalf of the things that are put in front of us and provide wise counsel, even if sometimes if the answer to your question is no. We're going to always provide you the best possible counsel that we can to get you the results that you're looking for in Tallahassee. And so with that, I guess is the ask. We'd love a chance to continue representing you and to have the contract renewed and to begin working toward what will be, in terms of timing, a organizational session 2 weeks after the November election. So I think that's the 22nd, maybe, if my math is right, is a Tuesday in November. There will be organizational session, and we can expect there will be committee meetings in December, January, and February, with the regular session beginning at its normal scheduled time on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March and running for 60 days. So as much as it might feel like there is time, it is coming up on us quickly. It'll be here before we know it, and we're ready to get to work. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, thank you, and I would love to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Very well. Mr. Lauer, you have a question.
Just had a comment. Sometimes it's just as important, if not more important, what doesn't happen as well as what you do make happen. And with the COPCN and our charter and all that, that did not happen, and that's a wonderful thing. And I know the wastewater treatment did happen. That's down in my district, so we're very proud of that and the accomplishment there. And I know I've been pleased with what you've done, and if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion that we continue our consulting with Gray Robinson.
So there's a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? I have a second by Mr. Patterson. Still have the floor, sir? He has concluded his comments. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so pleased to support that motion. And I want to say that we look forward to our continued partnership. And you know how important it is to us that we continue to have water projects on the table there before you. You have a litany of things that we have in place that I'm sure Arlene has been in contact with you, and you know what they are. In addition to that, there is something called the Boys and Girls Club that we are looking for some additional funding from the state level. And so I need you to put that on your radar. And we're going to be, I'm going to be requesting that we do a resolution of support for state funding for the Boys and Girls Club. We'll do the resolution, and you do the work, Dean, in making it happen. And so with that in mind, I support fully the agenda that you have before you from our staff, and I look forward to our time together as we articulate issues that are important to Volusia County and this great state. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your hard work and what you're going to do. I anticipate with the addition of Dean, he and I worked quite well together in Tallahassee. And so I'm pleased that he's a part of your team. And I know that it can only add to what you have. And so we're very pleased, and we want to make sure that you earn your keep.
Thank you.
And that will be to make sure that we get some of these appropriations done and through this process and signed into law by our governor. And you got your team in place to make that happen. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Joyce, are you ready to sign a switch card now?
Not in any way, sir. I work quite well from this place.
Just checking. Just checking.
I'll let you know if that happened. I have them available also for all of you guys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I look forward to hosting Volusia County, hosting Enterprise Florida. Within the next 12 months, We need to keep that on the radar. We have yet to be able to showcase Volusia County for the state, for Enterprise Florida and Space Florida. And as you know, we have our leaders in position ready to roll out the red carpet and represent Volusia County at the state level. But I want to also piggyback on what Councilwoman Cusack said on the Boys and Girls Club, because I know the funding is only going to come, the governor said he's only going to support those statewide efforts. And that's why we're going to adopt the resolution as the county. Hopefully, we will do that later under official business of resolution of support for our Boys and Girls Club. Within the last 9 years, I believe statewide funding has been reduced 52% for the Boys and Girls Club statewide. And it's now to the point, and if you looked at the numbers that I'm sure we will be presenting along with the request, the Boys and Girls Club, the return on investment, you just can't beat it. It's for the number of students that they serve, the children that they serve, and what the actual cost to provide those services. There's not one organization or agency statewide that can deliver for our weakest among us, those that need the assistance and the best investment of our tax dollars. So, and full disclosure, I am on the board here at the Boys and Girls Club. So, just so you know. However, it's because of their commitment and what they do in our community. And statewide, well, I can tell you here in Volusia County, we have 7 Volusia Boys and Girls Clubs. They serve over 1,400 members. We have an average daily attendance of 430 kids. We're raising money. Our public-private partnerships raise a whole lot of money for Boys and Girls Club, but we need assistance statewide because this is a safety network that we can protect them, enrich them, and keep them in school, because 95% of our kids in the Boys and Girls Club graduate. You want to talk about education? We can dovetail that into education, economic development. Give me any level and we'll gladly lay out the flow chart. So what I'm asking is that you will keep this in the funding formula, and you're going to hear this more as we go forward. This actually should be a flagship issue to serve our citizens and our families here in Florida. So I look forward to working with you on that and other issues. And yes, it's the last time I'm going to say DJJ. And as far as legislative issues go, and I look forward to Senator Latvala coming to Volusia County very genuinely and working with us on some budget appropriation issues and the water quality issues. So thank you. Look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner.
I hit mine with the Boys and Girls Club, so that's been obviously said loud and clear. I think the key to it is just statewide. We want to try to get all the other counties involved. We'll do some of the groundwork on that, I think, with some of our contacts. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up, our former contact for our lobbyists. It's bittersweet to be here, obviously, talking about this and the great work that you guys have done and girls. But it is sad to think back. But moving forward, I appreciate you getting involved. I think it was a smart move on behalf of Gray Robinson, and Joyce can't speak any. Going over the aisle, I guess, and talking about it, she speaks so highly of you. I love to hear that type of stuff. So welcome aboard, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. There is a motion for approval for the renewal of the state legislative consulting service agreement with Gray Robinson, PA. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? So carried. Unanimous. Freeze. Don't move. Mr. Eckert, would it be appropriate, seeing as how we have our lobbyist here, would it be appropriate, I've heard this all morning long, that somebody make a motion on this boys and girls resolution that's handed before us, or do you want to look it over first, or how do you want to do this? Because I know, just listening to conversation, we would like to get this done today.
It would be in order, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, seeing as how there has been so much discussion about the state funding for the Boys and Girls Club, I will entertain a motion and discussion on that matter at this time, because we have our lobbyist right here.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Cusack.
I would like to propose a resolution in support of state funding for Boys and Girls Club from Volusia County Council.
Okay. Okay, there is a motion for approval of the resolution of support for state funding for Boys and Girls Clubs. Motion made by Ms. Cusack, second by Mr. Lowry. And we are referring to the resolution that was proposed to us this morning. Everybody here, and it is a matter of public record. Do I need to read that whole entire thing into the record, sir?
No, sir, and if we could, we'd make the of putting it into usual county form, but no, I think the Ms. Cusack's statement of the issue is sufficient.
Okay. Ms. Stennis, you wish to discuss?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we clarified it was the resolution submitted, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of a resolution in support of state funding from Boys and Girls Clubs, please signify by aye. All those opposed, you're in the wrong building. Believe me. Believe me. Resolution of support for state funding for Boys and Girls Club has passed. Allow me to give you my copy directly to our lobbyist. Take that and run with it. Congratulations. Yeah, you're going to want the whole packet. And as a matter of fact, if you would like a little bit of a discussion matter, if you'll stand up, sir. There's our Boys and Girls Director.
That's Joe Sullivan, our Executive
Yes.
Director.
So if you would like to sit down with him, he's the one that gave us that resolution. We are very much in support of it. So, you are now dismissed. Thank you very much, guys. Who's tapping me? Okay. All right, I have a request because we have individuals here in reference to the two items that were pulled by staff, and they are a request by the county manager to get these two, go ahead and knock them out of the way because they're very short and sweet. So we'll go to item 28, pulled for discussion, the renewal of workers' compensation liability policies. Mr. Deneen is not in the room. Who's going to take off?
Tom Motes is going to introduce and present the item.
Mr. Motes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, I'm Tom Motes, the Human Resources Director. This morning before you on this item is our annual renewal of our workers' compensation and liability policies. They renew every year on October 1. These policies, of course, cover our workers' compensation, the general liability for the whole county, our auto liability, public officials liability, which covers the employment claims or any civil rights claims that may come against the county, medical malpractice, which would cover our paramedics and EMTs and all of our areas, our beach, evac and fire services, airport operations, our aircraft liability for our helicopters and mosquito control and sheriff's department, and our pollution policies, which cover our fuel tanks in the county that the county has. So if any of them leaked, it would cover that. This year is about a 2.8% increase, which is pretty modest for the industry. We have with me this morning our risk manager, Charles Spencer, and Mr. Steve Farmer from our Brown & Brown, who's our broker. And Mr. Farmer has told us that it's about an 8.8% increase for most cities this year from Colony, and ours is at a 2.8. So we're real proud of that, and I attribute that to number one is our staff, who did a great job in risk management, managing our claims. Two, we've been fairly lucky not to have any big claims, and three, Brown & Brown has did a great job helping us get competitive rates.
One of the things that Mr. Motes being humble on is that we've changed in the last few years with our new risk manager, who's not new anymore, to really look at how we handle a lot of claims, and we've been really aggressive about that. And I think between that and some of the policies we put in place has made a difference in terms of the risk side. So I think a big part of that has to do with management and HR.
Yeah, our outstanding claims is, I've been here 9 years, they're the lowest they've been in 9 years, and I attribute that to Mr. Spencer and his staff.
That didn't happen by accident. That's not luck. That's managing. I also want to say that I thought Brown and Brown did an excellent job. They're a great company to work with, and I thought their increase was about as modest as you're going to get on anything in insurance.
So at this point, I have Mr. Farmer here if you'd like, and to answer any questions from Brown and Brown on our insurance or for myself.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
I don't have any questions. Mr. Chair, I move renewal of the workers' compensation liability policies.
There's motion for approval. Ms. Denny's. Got to beat you out, Ms. Cusack. So Ms. Denny's is the second. You still have the floor, sir?
No.
All right. Ms. Cusack, no, let's see, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Denny's, do you have anything to say, ma'am?
Just a quick comment. I was going to pull this consent agenda item just for discussion, and I'm glad you did that, Mr. Manager. And I think it's worth noting that the increase was only 2.8%. And the good work that's being done yet again by staff and working with your firm. So thank you so much. Just want you to know it doesn't go unrecognized. And especially in today's market and atmosphere, this is excellent work and another great contract. Thank you.
The other thing, if I can add, that I want to make sure everybody clearly understands, is that the big player in this also making sure this happens is the county attorney's office, who behind the scenes is sort of our superhero that sweeps in a lot of times and deals with a lot of these things that really helps us keep our costs down. And in some ways, they pay for themselves in some of the insurance things alone. So, and I think they get no credit for that, but they're a big player.
I will tell you that I've talked with quite a few of our county attorneys and Mr. Eckert and several of the others and staff, and you're right, they do sweep in and they do some amazing stuff.
Well, part of what we're doing here is, like Ms. Penny says, and I think the rest in support, and that is we got to tell our own story on these big expenditures, and I think that the council sees this stuff behind the scenes, but a lot of times we don't show it to the public, and we need to do that. In this case, we're going to do that with this one, and then we're going to highlight number 34.
Oh, don't take my fire. I was going to pull that one out.
All right.
Let's finish the motion if we can.
All right.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the renewal of workers' compensation and liability policies, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed? So carried. See, we saved you. You didn't have to say a word. You told me earlier you were a little nervous about the microphone.
Thank you very much.
All right, enjoy. All right, we're now going to go over to item 34. And this is the contract with Zoll Medical Corporation for cardiac monitors and cardiac monitor preventive maintenance. Mr. Denny.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rechtenwald is going to handle this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a comment on this. In addition to its large size, we felt it was important to highlight this because of some of the new technology, the importance and the challenge really that our public protection services have, especially here in transport and also fire rescue. Keeping up with this type of technology is very important, and it's part of a larger system. It's how they interface as fast as they can with the medical staff at the emergency rooms where we are transporting our patients. So it's an important investment that we make. It's something that we have to make every so many years because of the technology and the requirements that are put upon us in the medical industry. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mark to explain real quickly.
County Council members, Mr. Chair, Mark Swanson, Public Protection Deputy Director. I'm here today to bring up the contract for cardiac monitors and associated maintenance. And as you can see, it's a large expenditure that we're asking for. It's $2,536,792. And just to give you a little bit of to break that down a little bit, EVAC is looking to purchase a total of 52 monitors. 38 of those being purchased in fiscal year 15-16, and then the remaining 14 in the next fiscal year. And Fire is going to be purchasing 27 of the similar monitors, and they're only purchasing in fiscal year 15 and 16. The maintenance that's showed in there for the $72,410 for EVAC and the $40,382 It's actually 2 years because the first year there is no maintenance on them. They're under warranty. Everything's covered there. So that part of the maintenance contract won't kick up until year 2. Like Mr. Rechtenwald said, you know, it comes time when equipment like this has to be replaced periodically, and the life cycle of a cardiac monitor is about 7 to 10 years. And these monitors currently right now, this is the Zoll E-Series monitor, and they were purchased around 2009. So, you know, we're right at the life cycle of them right now. So it was important to go out there and look for what was best suitable for not only EVAC, but fire services, which works within the same system. So it's important that both agencies, EVAC and fire, use equipment that's compatible for many different reasons. One being that if you have a patient that's on the monitor on the fire side and EVAC shows up and the patient needs to be transported, then you're just moving the cables from one monitor to the next monitor, which in a critical incident, that saves valuable time. So, or fire service could actually take their monitor and give it to EVAC, and then EVAC could take fire services monitor and they could be transferred back at a later date. So, it went through an extensive process, and second monitor that I'm showing you is the Zoll X series, and it's smaller in size, but it does have capabilities that the Zoll E series doesn't have. One of the primary things being the Wi-Fi transmission of 12-lead EKGs. Anybody that knows anything about the medical field knows that if somebody's having a heart attack, recognition and treatment of that patient is essential. So if we recognize that the patient's having a heart attack by doing a 12-lead EKG, very rapidly we can transport this EKG to the hospital the patient's being transported. That does one of a couple things. Number one, it alerts the facility that you're coming in with a STEMI alert. STEMI is an acronym for ST elevation myocardial infarction, and that's somebody that's actively having a heart attack. So now you've notified the doctor, you've notified the emergency department that you're coming, and the doctor's able to look at that EKG and read similarly what you're reading from it on the field, and the doctor can make a decision to activate the cardiac cath lab. So therefore, the patient can arrive at the ED, and they may go directly to the cath lab based on the fact that the doctor's already evaluated the rhythm. There's certain procedures that they have to do called PCI. It's percutaneous cardiac intervention, and that's if they have to go in and do a cardiac cath and apply a stent. So we all hear about people getting stents, and it's something that's done daily within these hospitals, and it's done by a cardiologist. But time is everything. Time is muscle, heart muscle. So the quicker we can get this information to the hospitals, the quicker we can give quality care to these patients. In addition to that, the Zoll X series has other features like NIBP, which is non-invasive blood pressure monitoring, and it also has the CO2 detection. Those also pieces of equipment are part of the diagnostic tools that the hospital and the emergency department and the EMS field utilizes for the patient. But with this monitor, all of this information can be transported automatically into the ePCR, or the patient care electronic document that is done for every patient. So at the end of the call, all this information electronically can be sent right into that patient care report. So there is no person just writing down vital signs or what they think the vital signs were. The vital signs are actually taken by this piece of equipment, the same as the EKG is done, and that information is transported automatically into the patient care document. So, like I said, there was an extensive testing phase that was done, and it was done by some fire service employees, it was done by some EVAC ambulance employees, and they really put both monitors that were part of the proposal out, and they put both of them through the tests. And it was done by people that actually use them every day. So the consensus of that committee was to choose the Zoll X series, and that's why we're here today, to bring this to you.
Thank you very much. From personal experience, yeah, I think we kind of need those things.
Mr. Chair. one thing I want to add to Mark's comments was, this is once again about saying what we do. It isn't the fact that we're replacing and bringing in the new equipment as we should. It's also this whole idea that we not only provide this service and try to keep the cost down as much as possible. When we took this service over, we also looked at making sure that we took it to the highest levels. So one of Mark's things was to make sure, and Ms. Zaragoza's was to make sure that we are definitely running this at the highest level, providing the highest level of safety for people. And that's one of the main reasons that you see this, is that we wanted to make sure that obviously that cost matters, but it doesn't matter to the point that we would in any way ever reduce the quality of the program. In fact, I would argue that since we took it over as a county, not only are more cost effective the way we did it, we also took it to a new level in terms of protection.
Agreed. And really, you know, what kind of cost can you put on it when your mom, your dad, or somebody's in need of this equipment? Correct. You know, or your favorite county chair is in need of this equipment here. You know, so no. Ms. Kuzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's true, cost matters, but life matters more. With that in mind, I would offer a motion to approve contract with Zoe Medical Corporation for cardiac monitors and cardiac monitor preventive maintenance.
I have a motion for approval. Thank you. That long pause there was making me nervous, guys. Okay, and I have a second by Ms. Denise. Further discussion?
I just would like to say that it is so important that we understand and that the citizens understand that as a part of this government, we're doing everything possible to maintain the health status and preventive care and to take care of our citizens when they're in need of medical emergencies. So it's an honor to be able to know that you are doing all you can to make sure we have the best equipment and maintenance of that equipment available to our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Denise, you have the floor.
Just a comment, and I'm glad to see us updating this equipment and the technology because it's the interface between transport and the hospital that makes all the difference. My youngest son is an ER doc, and we were talking, not here, but we were talking about technology and actually this particular procedure, and he said it's this type of technology that by the time they get to the ER by ambulance, you know, he's got protocol ready to go. Yes. And so the doctors are counting on this technology. They're using it in the hospitals, and they're actually at a disadvantage if transport doesn't have the technology that can interface with what they're using actually once they get on site. So I'm glad to see that we're staying updated and integrated with the current technology that the hospitals use, and I assume that that goes without saying.
The other part to this that's really important is that, and this is originally why the system was started this way and makes us a model for the country, is that we're concerned that it's uniform throughout the county so that you get the same equipment with the same trained people throughout the county. Now, we have had, I think, I'm going to give Mr. Reckmore a lot of credit. He's worked with Mark and Mr. Zaragoza, and we've worked with the cities to try and work on this PLUS program, which we'll get into in another time, which allows the fire departments to help us. But there are certain standards we set, but we're still the main provider, okay, in almost every case. And we want to make sure that we stay that way because we want to make sure that all the technology is the same. And here's the other thing. You really need to do this every day, day in, day out, on this equipment to be effective and efficient and safe. And what happens in some of the cases, especially in fire departments, is they may be well-intentioned and they may be trained, but they don't do it all the time. And they don't do it every day. And they don't always do it on the same equipment. And so what we want to do is make sure we have that ultimate level of safety in this county, which most counties do not have, where we have a uniform standard and our director of our health director make sure that we all comply to the same standards. But the fact that we do it as a unified system throughout the county makes us unique, and I think gives an extra level of quality. And so one of the things is that when we took it off the third-party provider was to make sure once and for all that it stayed a county service that was uniform throughout the county, and that we would make sure that when this technology gets updated, it's updated across the board.
Correct. We just want to make sure that, we expect quality patient care to all the citizens and visitors of Volusia County, and we have to equip those EMTs and paramedics with the tools to do that, which we are doing.
And the physicians, once they get there.
Yes.
Yes, and the
Yeah,
seamless,
that was
seamless service.
That was a question I have. See, a couple of years back, the telemetry on this equipment went to one hospital. Are all the hospitals in Volusia County, Florida Hospital, Burt Fish, Halifax,
We can
everybody on
transport
board?
these 12 lead EKs to any hospital in Volusia County.
Okay, so they're all on board with that. I mean, it's great that we're all uniform and we're trained and our men and women are doing their job. But if we can't send that data out, hey, it's really useless.
Any hospital in Volusia County can receive
I'm
this.
very happy to hear that part. Okay, further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of contract with Zoll Medical Corporation for cardiac monitors and cardiac monitor prevention maintenance, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So be it. Pass unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
Thanks, guys. Good job.
all right, now we're going to go back to our final morning item, item number 5. Now, this is just a matter of discussion, correct? There's no motion necessary on this item 6.
Mr. Chair, this item is really one of an open public discussion. This
Okay.
is a discussion I think that the council's needed to have for a while. And I also think that you have Mr. Patterson that has actually volunteered to be your representative on Sunrail, which I think is taken on a tough task. And the bottom line is today we have a number of things. I think Dan can go through some of those, and one of them is critical of getting some decision out of you in terms of what your position is. But what you have is we've come sort of to that fork in the road, and we have to talk about what's going on. And the reality is that we signed, the previous council voted for, and you can speak to this, Josh, and I think Ms. Cusack was at the time. No, you weren't here when we voted for it. Josh was. I think he's the only one left on the council that voted for this. And the thing that we voted for, you didn't receive about 90% of it. And so that reality needs to be recognized because of the contractual obligations we have, and to say where are we going in the future. So what we expected today was to have a public discussion, and also so that you can give Mr. Patterson, so to speak, your hopefully unanimous support on positions that he can explain to the Rail Commission, and give him an opportunity to vote on things at the Rail Commission, so that there's no doubt that he's doing it for the entire Volusia County government and Volusia County Council. And so with that, Mr. Chair, you can proceed as you need, and I think Dan might want to give some overview. Depends on how you want to handle it.
Okay, very well. I guess let's start off with Mr. Eckert to go ahead and give us the information we need, and then I'm basically going to turn the hammer over to Mr. Patterson here for this particular section.
And that's appropriate, Mr. Chair. There's 2 items on here, and I think it's important that the council approach them in sequence because of the timeliness of the first. That is the first is being the transition plan. You'll recall that Mr. Patterson brought to you the question of whether there should be a task team appointed to deal with the a transition from FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, to the Rail Commission. The notion is that, at least by Mayor Dyer, that the commission might take over the responsibility for operation of the rail system at an earlier date than that which would be required by the contract. That would be in 2021. I think Mayor Dyer's view is that the commission might operate it with FDOT still paying the bills, that would require an amendment to the agreement. FDOT may or may not be willing to do that. They are paying the bills at this point, and it's clear that the commission acts in an advisory capacity for the most part. You recall that Councilmember Patterson did not vote on that when it first appeared on the Commuter Rail Commission's agenda, saying I needed the advice, saying that he needed the advice of the county council. It appeared again on the Rail Commission's agenda, and Mr. Patterson can speak more eloquently for himself, but in the meantime, by the way, you had written a letter saying that this is a topic which ought to be addressed by the Rail Commission itself, and that the funding partners, it's one that should be addressed by the funding partners. You also observed that the agreement was that the commission chair would rotate annually, and that you were willing to agree to an amendment for a one-time exception. That's not been addressed by the commission in any respect. So Mayor Dyer continues to serve, and he at the second meeting directed, and I think there were there was at least acquiescence by other members of the commission that the issue would go to the Technical Advisory Committee. The Technical Advisory Committee consists of the funding partners, the four counties in the city of Orlando, the TPOs, the cities that are or would be served. So it's a much larger group consisting mostly of participants who don't have any stake at it in the payment of the system, and the participants of which change from time to time since they don't for that reason. So the TAC, as it's called, has sought the input of the staff for comments, and we've responded to their. We have developed a proposed response to their questions, but really I think the council today, Mr. Patterson seeks your direction on whether we should adhere to the position, which I think is well founded, that the commission itself should be dealing with this issue and not through the TAC, should be receiving direct input, and that if the TAC is going to be the recipient of the comments, that really you should be, notwithstanding that, you should be directing your comments to the commission itself. I think there's legitimate concern that by that participation in the TAC process signals your acquiescence to that, when in fact you've not agreed to that. Mayor Dyer made the observation at the Commuter Rail Commission meeting that an amendment of the agreement had to all be unanimous, but still that puts the commission at the end of an advisory process rather than at the beginning, and we're now less than 5 years from the time when the Rail Commission would be taking over the rail system, and actually Mayor Dyer again is seeking to do that earlier. So, and the input is being received from the Florida Department of Transportation, which has done a good job, but Mr. Patterson has sought the input of other other systems and what problems they encountered, what things they thought went well, what things they did not go well, and with the interest of the Florida Department of Transportation, as good a job as they've done, is not aligned with the with the Rail Commission and or with the county, as particularly as we'll discuss in the next aspect of this. So Mr. Patterson can speak for himself, but I think today he's looking for your direction on how the Volusia should be addressing this transition plan. The reason why I say it needs to be, it's something that needs to be addressed today is the TAC meeting. There's a TAC meeting that will take place now, but between now and the next Rail Commission meeting, and the Rail Commission meeting is later this month. So it's at least the more urgent of the two issues, and I think the one that you appropriately address in sequence.
I would agree with Dan, and I think that because this is a complicated issue, that I think it would be smart to discuss each one. There's like 3 things. This is the first one. Deal with them separately. Deal with transition, give some guidance, and then we'll talk about the other ones. I will tell you, speaking for the previous council, I went through this whole thing with rail, and when they signed on, I will tell you that in my opinion, that council would never have voted for this if it wasn't going to come to DeLand, and was told it was coming to DeLand. There wasn't any doubt about that. That's why they voted for it. They also, have been led to believe, or they wouldn't have voted for this, that the Rail Commission of those 5 partners would run this. You'd have to have somebody maybe that would do, sort of like we do with Votran, you have to hire somebody to help us, which is McDonald Transit, but that they actually take charge of the system. There was never a thought that we would somehow be diluted as not one of the 5 partners, that somehow it would go to another agency to run it. And last but not least, in our discussions when we were developing this agreement with the other partners, I will tell you that in every case where there was a difference of opinion, that when we did not speak up, many times we were told that, well, you acquiesced, so you gave up your right to say no. I don't think you want to do that again. I think you want to make sure that if you don't believe in something, like for example the transition, that you're making it clear.
Well,
and Dan?
Well, just one more thing that I neglected, and that is that initially addressing the transition plan, there was the suggestion that one of the options that was that the commission might put the system under the aegis of another entity, such as links, such as the expressway commissions, and so the issue of governance is an important one that surrounds this issue, and part of the reason I think Mr. Patterson took the position he did. I think it's probably time for me to quit talking and let Mr. Patterson talk, but I've tried to set the procedural issue.
If I may for a moment, Mr. Patterson, I'm going to officially hand you this section. You get to run this section. It's your information. You need to know it. You have the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim and Dan, for your explanation here. And before I get started, I do want to give Josh credit and recognition for voting for the Sunrail.
Technically, my first vote was against it.
It was.
That's all right.
Which is strange that I voted against it, but after that, when I got on the council, there was one vote left that could have killed it, and I was one of those votes. And then the next vote was, if you had to stop there. It was either, once the train was going, it was going. But I can tell you, not only was DeLand on there, we were told that it was going to be easier to get that train to Daytona than what I later found out it would be. Now, I have to give the FDOT some credit. They did do some things that I think helped significantly. So I think once I got through the fact that I voted against it, they did help on some areas. However, we do, not to get into your later part, everything Jim Deneen said is true. That's how I remember it as someone who was on the council at the time. But I thought we'd have more answers. And that's where I think you come in. So thank you.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
And I did. I did.
You know, I've said before that my involvement with this goes all the way back to my council days from 1995 to 1998 when Congressman Micah asked me to get involved. And I went to a lot of places, saw a lot of various rail operations. I saw how they were running. And I was pretty much sold that this was a good thing for the Central Florida area. I'm pleased that Representative Cusack and myself, we voted on this when we were in the legislature. Governor vetoed it the first time, and then the second time we were able to get this passed and get all the issues resolved. So you couldn't find three people up here who have been more supportive of the Sunrail, the whole concept of what's going on, especially bringing it into DeLand. The transition it's kind of troubling to me because I feel that going into the transition process early may not be the best thing for us or for the commission. I think it's for some reason it seems to be kind of a rush, or the thought being that doing it now gives us an opportunity to run it and make mistakes with somebody else paying for it, or do a good job with somebody else paying for it. The process that the mayor was talking about was troubling to me in the sense that the people that are being brought in that know something, they do know something about transportation, but I don't think they know, we don't really have anybody that's actually a lot of experience in rail transportation. I made that statement at a meeting and was quickly told that by a Seminole County commissioner that that's the reason they hired the current executive director of Lynx to take over Lynx, and that was the reasoning. And then I've also heard, well, the Central Florida Expressway Authority may be something, which I don't quite understand why it's like you're taking up the commission and getting somebody else to run it, to hire somebody else to run it. You know, it just doesn't make walking around sense to me, this whole transition process. I don't mind discussing transition as the commission, but bringing in people that really have experience in running a rail system. You know, other folks out in St. Louis, folks in Washington, D.C., and California, Texas. So there's a lot of experience out there in talking about this whole transition issue. So I think what I would like is to have the council support me on pretty much opposing anything as far as transitioning early before the year 2021. First issue. Anybody have any questions? Dr. Lowry, Fred, you want to?
I'll just make some comments. Since I'm the talkative one up here, I'll go first. I was not a big Sunrail fan from the beginning, but here we are, the cards we've been dealt. And I'm kind of like Josh. I've come on board a little bit since then. My objection was to me, it was sold as a commuter rail. It's more of a tourism rail now, and concern of getting ridership up and yet bypassing a town of 90,000 people called Deltona. By the time people in Deltona drive over to the DeBerry station, I get comments like, well, I'd already be in Lake Mary by the time I get over there and I don't have a car. So there didn't seem to be any effort to include the people in Deltona, and if they want riders up, there you have the potential. I'm all for the DeLand connection. I don't want the DeLand people to get upset with me. I'm all for that connection, but the problem is we've only seen, one out of 12 or 10 miles of track laid down.
1.5.
1.5, okay. And I'm sure all the parties south of here, Orange County, Osceola County, would like for us to be happy with our 1 mile and pay for 30% of the effort, and that should not happen. Phase 2, I don't hear anything about DeLand from any of the communications we've had. All we've heard is Osceola or a branch out to OIA, nothing about DeLand. And you know, as I said originally, to me, all I heard, I wasn't on the council at that time, was this was going to relieve I-4 congestion and things of that nature. So I want to say thank you to Councilman Patterson for doing the point of the spear work for us
and representing us. But we have an obligation to the taxpayers in Volusia County. It's not fair to them to be promised a certain amount, get 1/12 of that or about, and then expect to pay for a larger percentage. A few years, FDOT's going to be walking away from this, and I'm concerned where we're going to be left holding things. I have to assume, just in the communications I've seen, that the land isn't going to happen. And I would like to see it happen, but I certainly don't want to pay for it happening and it not happen. And that's my concern, and I'm certainly against any kind of a, I say stick with the agreement. And if it looks like the agreement was to come to the land, Phase 2, if that's not going to happen, then the agreement needs to be renegotiated or whatever in order to reflect the proper percentages of what we're dealing with. And that's my position. Thank you.
Okay, we will get into your argument there. I really want to stick to the transition process at this time, and then we'll get into that. But your points
Okay.
are well taken. I mean, currently the largest percentage of the ridership is coming out of the Berry. 35% one quarter, 34, 33%. So a lot of ridership out of our area, and it is truly being used as commuter rail. And if you go by the parking lot, you'll see that it's generally about 90% full every day. So
I guess I want to make it clear that I'm not for changing the agreement and having any kind of a transition change or whatever to stick with the way it was.
early
Yes, sir.
transition. Okay. Mr. Wagner?
To that question, I'm 100% with you.
Ms. Denny's?
And you're going to go into the other issues after
Yeah,
this?
we're going to
Okay.
go into them.
No,
I'd
I
like to take them
support
up
that.
one at a time.
I support that 100%.
Okay. Chair Davis?
And I, too, am totally against an early transition.
Okay. We'll take that. Ms. Cusack? Thank you.
I support your position 100%.
Okay.
We stay the course.
All right, thank you. The next issue has to do with correspondence that's been going on, and
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think it might be helpful to you if you also receive direction on the commission itself dealing with the transition issue, whether it occurs earlier or in 2021. You've taken the position that the commission itself ought to be dealing with it, not the TAC, not some other task force. And so I think from my discussion with you, that's one of the things that you were concerned about having council address.
What I thought I heard, and you may want to clarify with the council members, is there's two issues to transition. One is happening early, and two is it happening such that the Rail Commission is no longer the one running it. And so the impression I get from Mr. Patterson is that we stay the course, as Mr. Lowry said for the agreement, stay the course on the Rail Commission, not the TAC, not some other group running it, and that the transition of DEFDOT getting out does not get out early. So those are two parts to one issue. And I think he needs a show of hands or a vote or something saying if that's what you believe he should do. I think it'd be good for the record so that he's representing you.
I was just kind of assuming that both parts were covered with what everybody said here, so.
They're all saying
well,
that's covered.
I will,
Because it needed to be clarified.
I will entertain a motion on that.
I think probably the subsequent comments have helped address it, but I wasn't sure that the council had done so.
So do you want us to address the TAC now also? Because
No.
well,
That's all part of the transition process.
Part of the okay. So part of the transition process, I think the point is well made that we stay with the commission and not strengthen the TAC at all, because what that does is absolutely weaken and neuter Volusia's position as far as contract provisions, expansion or extension, and all it does is take our dollars to the table and take our voice off the rail. So unless there's, I think it needs to stay the original contract provisions, the funding partners, and if the contract provisions, if that needs to be amended, then let's talk contract provisions and amend the contract, and I'd be happy to renegotiate under those terms. And I think that's probably where we're going to get to at the end of the day, because it can't keep, because first of all, if you look at protocol and transition, let's take the first transition that's happened, Mr. Patterson, and thank you for representing us. The first transition that has happened internally on the Sunrail Commission is the chair. That didn't happen. It's my understanding that was supposed to rotate. That did not rotate. So already there is there's some things being set up that you cannot ignore, and the direction that this train is going is not in Volusia's favor.
Well,
Very genuine.
my first meeting was when the motion was made to appoint Mayor Dyer chair again. I was not aware of the fact that it was supposed to be a rotating chairmanship. That wasn't brought up at the meeting, so I kind of walked in pretty green at that first meeting without knowing that, what agreements were in place. Since then, I've had a chance to go over the agreements and also in talking with Dan and Jim about what's been going on. So,
well, just your comment too, Mr. Patterson. I think that you're not green at all, and I think this is has to also be stated. I think Volusia is served very well by your experience and your history with legislation and in the Sunrail Commission. You have prevented some damage control and what could have happened. But no, thank you for serving. There's a lot that has gone on that you have prevented to begin with. So,
If I can add a clarification from the original, when we originally negotiated the contract, just so we're real clear, the original intent was not to rotate the chair, and our council was the ones that said no way. And we fought for that provision because, once again, we would have lost our voice. And so it's interesting that they went back to that when we voted. That was part of our key of voting for the agreement. The other thing is, I think what I'm hearing, I think Dan was right to clarify it. So for Mr. Patterson's sake, just so everyone, so that I know when we work with Mr. Patterson on it, what I'm hearing on this issue 1 is no transition earlier than was intended for FDOT getting out, and number 2, not filtering the way the transition for the future will run through the TAC. Not, in other words, it going directly to the Rail Commission. I'm looking, everybody's shaking their head, so we know now that's the direction of the council. So I think you have other issues that we can get into with the contract, which Dan can think, but I think, Mr. Patterson, you feel comfortable with that? I think we're clear on what direction.
I'm comfortable on that. Mr. Eckert, do you still think we need a motion on it?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Moving on, I had sent some letters up that have gone back and forth with Mr. Boxall, the Secretary for the Department of Transportation. And one of the letters had to do with exactly where Sunrail was headed as far as it was into the DeLand area. And I have a letter here that Dan worked on, and we came to consensus on this. And that letter asked for 3 things. That asked whether it is the department's opinion that Sunrail's Phase 2 will be constructed in Volusia as contemplated by the agreements. If so, the basis for the department's opinion, and if not, the department's position regarding the impact to the parties. While the courtesy of a reply is appreciated, the department did not directly respond to the first question, or the second question, or the third, in part because of the lack of response to the first question. Volusia County concludes that the department's implicit answer to it is no. The recent actions support the county's inference. First, the department annulled unilaterally the SIB loan agreements that the county executed, which include its Phase 2 borrowing. Second, the department declined earlier this year to submit a grant application for the Volusia segment, and that application was based upon information that was given to the DOT locally as to how to apply and get better consideration. and that application went forward to Tallahassee, and it was stopped at that level. I never received any written response as to why that happened, other than it was just not asking for enough money, the 50% to the $35 million. Third, the department appointed a rail enterprise executive director a few months ago with no accompanying indication that our priorities include the unfinished business of construction of Sunrail to DeLand. For example, a June 17, 2016 email to FDOT Outlook users refers to the completion of Sunrail to the south, to study Sunrail expansion to Orlando International Airport to the east, but not construction to the north. And it was an internal email that went out. It was not sent. I don't know anybody on the commission that got it. I know I didn't get it. It was forwarded to me by somebody who had it. The department's deflection of the first question and silence regarding the second that speak louder that its assurance that it remains committed to its portion of the funding. However, if Volusia is mistaken regarding the department's answer to the first question, then please respond to the second. So, I know that Ms. LaCroix is coming over today, and Mayor Apgar. Oh, he left? Okay. There is a meeting going on today. It was announced. I guess I missed it, but I was told later that it was a private meeting. I had a little bit of a problem with that being a private meeting. Matter of fact, I asked Dustin Wyatt, I asked Mr. Wyatt yesterday if he was going to be at that meeting, and he said the press wasn't going to be there. So I had a problem with that. Of course, what's come up is we have that shade meeting this afternoon, and I need to be there. It's really important. So I'm not going to be going over to the meeting over there with Mrs. LaCroix. I find it interesting that FDOT, as a funding partner, I have yet to receive a request or anything from Ms. LaCroix. She hasn't communicated with me. We trying to get an answer to this question of why Sunrail to the north to DeLand was not mentioned by Secretary Boxall. I keep running into people who keep telling me not to really worry about it because it ain't going to happen. My feeling is it's going to happen. It's got to happen, or else we're going to have to change our agreement. Because if you look at it right now, before Phase 2 opens for service, and this is in the agreement, the city of Orlando is paying for 5.5 miles, or 16%. After Phase 2 opens for service, County of Volusia goes to 12.7 miles, or almost 21% funding, and City of Orlando drops back to 9%. Well, we're still on the hook for that 12 miles, 12.70 miles, unless the agreement's challenged or changed. And that is bothering me because this is taxpayer money we're talking about. It's taxpayer money, and I don't want our taxpayers to pay for 50% of track that there's no Sunrail train running on. That we're sitting over here being chumps as far as I'm concerned. And I'm sure that they'll love it, and I'm sure City of Orlando will now only be paying 9% instead of 16% of the cost of running it. So I get everybody's feelings on that. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it is not always what you say, but what you do. And it appears that we are saying, the commission is saying that, and FDOT is saying that they are in agreement. It's coming, but we're making no preparations to make that happen. And it seems to me that you want to start change the agreement to start, that we would start paying earlier. That's one thing. So why would we want to pay earlier when it's going to cost us to increase our costs?
Well, it would,
Because if the train is not coming to the land at that point, if it's not in phase 2.
After 2021.
And so I think that from all indications of what I'm hearing and seeing is that maybe, and no one wants this train to come to DeLand any more than I do. I think that, but I think it's time that we begin to look at, somehow we need to state our position that we may need to renegotiate this contract.
Let me read the rest of the letter here. That this is the letter that I'd like to get some agreement by the council to forward it up to the Secretary of Transportation. The rest of the letter, and I'll read the last 2 paragraphs. A candid recognition that there's no reasonably foreseeable construction of Sunrail to the land leads to an understanding that time has come to address the consequences of that circumstance as required by the agreements. The department holds the title to the rail between DeLand and DeBary. It should the owner retain the obligations to maintain that rail segment using a portion of the revenue from CSX and Amtrak, the Commuter Rail Commission has no need for the grant of an easement to the rail between DeBary and DeLand, as was contemplated, and should have no responsibility to maintain a rail segment that it does not use. Volusia, in turn, should have no obligation to fund maintenance costs or capital contributions for a segment on which there is no service. This seems a straightforward analysis of a mutually unwanted outcome. Please advise the department if the department concurs. The last paragraph, basically, please understand that Volusia remains desirous of commuter rail service to the land and ready to provide its funding share for construction. If federal funding becomes available in the future, Volusia assumes that the department likewise would remain committed to its share of the construction costs. In such a case, the agreement should be revised again to appropriately restore local responsibility for maintenance and liability. In other words,
what I just said is what you just said.
Nothing is going to happen. Yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just wanted to get it on the record that I have a letter to go forward. But, you know, it would probably be wise to say, let's change the agreement until we get this puppy coming to us, to the land. And then we can renegotiate the contract at another time.
Well, when it's appropriate, I would put that in the form of a motion, that's what we would do.
Let me go. Ms. Denny's, you're up.
I mean, out there, I still had the floor.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Ms. Denny's?
I'm in complete agreement with the discussion here. Mr. Eckert, you made a comment that at the beginning that 90% of the original contract provisions have not been provided to Volusia County. Was that an accurate?
I made the comment that you got 90% basically of what the council voted for never came to fruition.
But is that in the contract, though?
Well, you when you said go to the land, I'm telling you, that's what they meant. That would have been about 13 and a half miles, Dan?
Well, the distance, I've heard the distance from the land variously stated, but in the provisions of the contract which talk about the capital cost contribution, it's 11.2 miles. I've seen it as being 11 miles. I've seen it as high as 12.
12.7.
But the sum of the two figures for the mile and a half to DeBary, and then the 11.2 is the 12.7 that Mr. Patterson just spoke about, and that is a rough percentage on a track mile basis that Mr. Neem was
In other words,
referring to.
what the council voted for to go all the way to land, you only got about 10% of what you're the only partner that happened to. My analogy has always been, it's like we were all sitting around waiting for dinner. Everybody else had dinner, had dessert, and moving to the next room, okay? And we're still waiting for dinner, and we're still waiting for the appetizer. And Yes, that would be, I'm just saying, I'm defending what the original council voted for.
No, I understand. I guess I wanted to make sure, because I'm thinking more contract revisions instead of mileage.
That was a mileage-based statement.
Okay, that was a mileage-based statement. So, Mr. Patterson, when is the next Sun Rail Commission meeting?
It's coming up, I don't have, September 29th.
So the question is, while you get support from your council, I think it would probably be a little more supportive too if council members and or staff went to the Sun Rail Commission meeting, at least to be in the audience. I think if Volusia shows up, it's time for us to show up. I mean, we're being outnumbered and outmaneuvered and
Ms. Denny's staff has been going down. Mr. Eckert has been down to the meetings, and so has Mr. Angioli.
But I mean, showing up. I mean, council members. So anyway, I will get more information on that and take a look at my schedule. It's time we engage a little bit, but and the contract provisions. That's the thing. We've got to look at that. That's the. We have nothing else.
I'd be glad to meet anybody at the Sunrail station at 11 o'clock on the 29th to ride down there. It's a better way to get down there than trying to drive, because finding a parking space is a pain. You can take the Sunrail down there and get out, and it's only a half a block away to where the meeting is held. So.
Oh, they moved the meeting? Of course, the meetings could be rotated.
Yeah, they're keeping the meetings down in Orlando. Mr. Davis?
I think I've said this probably a dozen times. The deal's a deal. And we got this contractual obligation, and they were raising a fuss with us about not having the money set aside for the DeLand extension. We did that 3 years ago. We set that money aside, and it's a large chunk of money. And now here we sit. And I mean, it may be time for us to sit down and say we have to renegotiate this thing somehow, because we're not getting our end of the deal. You know, the 90% is not here. You know, we got to DeBerry, and it almost seems like that's all they wanted, was it to get to DeBerry. And, you know, well, DeLand will get there. And when they started talking a year and a half ago about the extension to the Orlando International Airport, I believe I brought it back to the council, so they're talking about an extension to the Orlando International Airport. And I said, we're in trouble, because I had a feeling. And it's almost looking like it's coming true. Yeah, and he's in charge of this side, not me. I can't give you permission to speak. It's he's got the hammer. I agree with this letter. Number one. Number two, is there a way that we can all get a copy of the letter?
Sure. We'll provide you a copy.
Yeah, because I'd like to really read it, and that way, if somebody says, "Well, what's that letter really say?" we can actually show it.
I think we can get a copy of the letter, and I would like probably by the end of the meeting this afternoon just to get an okay from you guys to forward it on. I think Mayor Apgar made a comment to me that he ran into Congressman Micah, and this is Mayor Apgar telling me this, that Congressman Micah said, well, after he wins the election, he'll be a senior member of the Transportation Committee, and he will work forward hard to help us get the Sunrail to the DeLand station. Of course, Congressman Micah no longer represents our area, and it's Congressman DeSantis, and of course, Congressman DeSantis, and I'm going on what he said in the past, so I don't know what he's saying now, but he has basically panned the whole idea of Sunrail in Volusia County. He doesn't even like the concept of Sunrail. So I don't know if he stated that, yes, publicly, that he did not think that Sunrail was a good deal for the taxpayers of Volusia County, or the taxpayers in general. So,
Mr. Patterson, can comment on the next paragraph, if I may, please?
Yes.
Just to remind the council members, because it went through some changes during the course of the Sunrail process. Again, the state holds the title. It's supposed to convey an easement to the Commuter Rail Commission for the entire 61 and a half miles. That's the agreement as it's drafted. Of course, there would not be rail service on 11.2 miles plus or minus of that. So the question comes, is the easement going to be conveyed? This letter says it ought not to be. Who's going to have the responsibility to maintain that? This letter takes the position which the Commuter Rail Commission should be in agreement that the state, or could find itself in agreement that the state should maintain that. That it should not be a local responsibility. The state, the contemplation is that the state would assign those contracts to from CSX, from Amtrak, and any other short track operators to the commission, but we really don't know about the sufficiency of the revenues. They negotiated it. If the state were not to agree, as the letter says, it seems to be a straightforward analysis, but if the state would not support that, then Volusia, for its part, should not take as a given that we should be responsible for the 11.2 miles. Instead, there might be other approaches to it for how it ought to be shared, given that we only have 1.5 miles of the 50.3 miles that would be part of the system. So here, I think that the commission could find itself initially in agreement with us with regard to the state, and I just wanted to highlight that aspect of it.
I have a question. You're throwing mileage around, and I understand the contract is saying just mileage, 60 miles, just for a round number. But right now we got 58 miles because we only have 1.5 miles here. What about that airport extension?
Well, that's an entirely separate.
But if they add that airport extension in, does it give them the 60 miles, and then that's an argument?
That would require
another contract. Yeah.
Another contract or an amendment to this contract to which the county council would have to agree.
If I can add something for the sake of the council, because I've been with both councils, the one that, so to speak, sort of cut the ribbon, and now the one that's got to cut the check and deal with all these issues. And I want to say in support of both of those councils, and because this is getting lost, and this need not get lost. The only reason, Josh, you were there, the only reason, and it was voted 6-1, only Jack Heyman voted no consistently. At one time, Carl voted against it once. But Jack was the only one, so it was 6-1, and the only reason that council voted for this was because it included the land. I want to go on record making sure people understand that. If they had said it was just going to DeBerry, that council would never have voted for that. And FDOT and everyone else in the partners knew that. Number two, that Volusia County has been the #1 promoter, supporter of it going to DeLand. I don't want to hear that somehow, well, we were no, we weren't. They never would have voted for it without that. We always put up our money. We always said we'd be there. That has not wavered. Our payment for it is still even in the 5-year forecast to go to zero. So we have never backed away. But I will tell you that I think it appears that there's not support or there's not going to be money for this segment. And I will tell you as manager that I think if you wanted to go to DeLand, you have a greater likelihood by addressing these issues than to sit back and just wait on an empty promise. I think you could lose your rights, and I think, because I'm telling you, this happened to us before. They interpret silence as agreement. And so I think, I'm afraid that you might hear from people, well, is Volusia County changing their mind because they're raising this issue? Just the opposite. I think that your greatest chance of pushing for DeLand, because we're telling you right now, we'll keep the money in the go to zero. And what you're just saying, Mr. Patterson did in his letter, if you send it up, it says right in there that we're got to recognize reality of changing the contract. But if we can get this worked out, then we either don't have to change the contract, or we can change it back or do whatever we have to do, as long as everybody's still with us. So I get a little frustrated that somehow there's people like to throw stones and point fingers as though Volusia County had anything to do with this not coming to DeLand. That is not true, and I am telling you, you could bring the previous council members down here. I think Josh would agree with me. 6 of them would say they never would have voted for this if it didn't include DeLand. So this is not like, well, maybe it'll come here. That was never in the votes. Trust me, I know. I work with everybody for years on this. So I do think that I think what Mr. Patterson has come to the decision on, and I think the rest of you seem to be supporting, is that if we ignore it, we have a greater likelihood of losing than if we just don't recognize reality and start dealing with it, what's going on here.
I think my position is that if we can't get the answers that we really, really need, then we should go to have this contract amended, that we, the piece going into DeLand, that we shall have no responsibility for maintaining that or paying for it.
Right.
That I don't think we would give up our seat on the Sunrail Commission, because we still are coming into DeBerry. Right. We're still paying for that piece of it.
Right.
It's still a large part of the travel, the commuter traffic coming out of Volusia County. So, and with the recognition that should this thing ever come about, then we would gladly take that responsibility of paying our fair share. I mean, that's my feeling at this time. But I want it to come to DeLand. I've never given up on that. But right now, I just kind of feel like we're here to pay the bill and have a seat at the table, as long as we kind of follow everybody else's lead. And it seems like everything seems to be going down into south and not coming to us. And we're a major part of the Central Florida area, and we need to be recognized for that. I had one other thought, and it just went away, and I guess that's what happens, right, Joyce, when you get a certain...
So, Mr. Patterson, so I assume what we're going to do then is later in the day, we'll get you a copy of the letter, make sure everyone's read it, and then you will get, hopefully the council then will signal in one way or another, either through a vote or through show of hands, that they want you to send it, and they all agree with it.
Yeah.
We'll do that later today.
I just remembered what I was thinking. I just recently got it happens, all you need is one key word. Mayor Dyer sent out a letter trying to raise $250,000.
That's a different issue, yeah.
From the business community to pay for Sunrail to be operating on Saturdays. It didn't come up with a schedule or what the plan was, but, if that comes about, as a member of the Sunrail Commission, I wish he would have just kind of included me in the mail of what he was doing, but evidently he doesn't communicate with the rest of the commission members at times. But I think it has an advantage to us in some respects that we could bring people in, but I think the advantage is going to be more to going down into the Orlando regional area, and but the local business community would be paying that, from the 5 funding partners counties. I see it as a way to. One of the biggest reasons I used to ride the Amtrak down to Winter Park was to go to the art show down there, because you can't find a parking spot down there for that. Well, we have a big art show coming up in the DeLand area, and it would sure be nice to have the Sunrail coming up here, bringing people from the Central Florida area into the DeLand area, and using our VOTRAN bus service from DeBerry over to the transfer station. So I mean that's something I thought about, but it just troubles me that the chair is just of the Sunrail Commission is just kind of going on and doing things and without really communicating with the rest of the commission members. So that's it.
Okay.
So we'll get this letter out to all of you and we can talk about it this afternoon.
All righty.
You're in charge, sir. You got the hammer.
We're going to announce that we're going into the executive session for lunch.
We are going into executive session, so we are recessed at this point
Till 2.
till 2 o'clock.
You won't be here till the 2? if the chambers could please come to order. Okay, good afternoon. It is still September 8th, 2016, and sorry about the slight delay, but we are back online. We are. We are? Yeah, we are. Okay. Had to check with my IT guy over there. He's like, yeah, we are. Mr. Patterson? Okay. For the record, I guess I need to do this because there's been a little bit of a change here. Ms. Denny's, Mr. Davis, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Wagner, and Ms. Cusack are present for the afternoon session, and Mr. Lowry will be returning soon. So from now on, unanimous will be 5. Okay, and we're going to start a public hearing and open up a order of business in reference to the resolution renewal of non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection franchise to Waste Management Incorporated of Florida. Staff report is by Mr. John Andrew. No, it's not by Mr. John Andrew.
Regina Montgomery for Leonard Marion, Solid Waste Division.
You have the floor.
Before you is a request for renewal of a non-exclusive commercial franchise for waste management to provide commercial solid waste collections in the unincorporated area. They have filed all their paperwork and met the requirements, and staff recommends approval.
Okay. Is there any other staff report on this matter? Okay. Seeing none, we will close staff reporting section of this order of business and open up public participation. Is there any public participation, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Okay, we will close public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion and action. Mr. Patterson, you have the floor, sir.
That is 48.
Item 48. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I move the renewal of the non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection franchise to Waste Management, Inc. of Florida.
Second.
Motion for approval for Mr. Patterson, a second by Ms. Denny's. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All in favor signify by aye. Thank you. All those opposed? So carried. Unanimous. All right, and we will move on now to item number 49 and an order of business and open a public hearing for resolution for the vacation of a portion of the plat of map of Seville, map book 22, page 142 through 145, Seville area. Petitioners, Mr. Decker, Mr. Terry P. Decker, and Deborah S. Decker, and Kelly Joe Miles. Mr. Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'm Gerald Brenton, county engineer. Excuse me. Before you is a non-controversial. It's a request to vacate some antiquated lots and return it to acreage, and it includes a request to vacate or abandon a 20-foot unopened alleyway between the parcels. As you can see in this exhibit, the Deckers own what's in the hash that's kind of in a red color, and then you've got Miss Mills that owns what's in the blue on either side of the unopened alleyway. They've got some issues with setbacks. They've got 2 homes on this property, and they want to just combine the acreage, or combine the lots, so return to acreage, as is pretty routine on these old platted subdivisions, and staff has looked at it, has no objection, sees no future use of the alleyway, and recommends approval.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any other staff report on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none, we will close staff reporting and open up public participation. Is there any public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, we will close public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion and action. I do have one question. This, now this is going to be 2 separate parcels or one big parcel?
2 separate.
Okay, okay. And The blue is going to be combined with the blue, and the red's going to be, all this right here is going to be one big piece, and all this here is going to be one big piece.
Correct.
Okay? Just wanted to double check and make sure. There we go. Okay, Mr. Patterson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I move the vacation or portion of the plat map of Seville Map Book 22, page 142 through 145 in the Seville area. Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Ms. Cusack is second. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion. Motion is for approval of the vacation of a portion of the plat of the map of Seville, map 22, map book 22, page 142 through 145 of the Seville area. Petitioners are Terry P. Decker, Deborah S. Decker, and Kelly Jo Miles. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? And so carried. Unanimous, which is still 5-0. All right, this is a little bit of a, yes, we can do it. A little bit of an add-on after our staff meetings. This is the IAEP Collective Bargaining Agreement for the EMTs, paramedics, and sergeants for fiscal years 2016 through 2019. Mr. Boats? Mr. Deneen? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to let Tom introduce everyone in a minute. I am really proud that we were able to negotiate an agreement with this union. All my reports back are how well handled it was, how professional these guys are, and I think they made a pretty good agreement. They got ahead of some of the issues. Tom will go through that, and then I'm going to make some comments to the council about where we stand in relationship to other employees and how this fits in. But I do think that this is the way negotiations should take place. They seem happy with the outcome. We're happy with the outcome, but I want to commend them in terms of everything my people told me back is they could not have dealt with people that are more professional in trying to make this work. And this is a long-term agreement. It's 3 years. And I think that while I believe that we have a hard-working workforce across the whole county, I know that the people in this department are part of that hard-working force that really matters and really are the people that occasionally have to save lives. So with that, Tom?
Good afternoon. Tom Moats, Human Resources Director. I'd like to start off by saying thank you. Introducing first Jason Lattleman. He's the president of the local. And we have Bob Bosovich. He's the chief shop steward. They were on the negotiating team, and I'd like to thank them. They did a very professional job. It was very professional. We enjoyed working with them. I'd also like to thank the county attorney's office and Charles Hargrove for all the hard work that they put in, and the division who assisted us during this. As Mr. Deneen stated, this is a 3-year agreement. It's one of the first 3-year agreements we've had in a number of years here with the county, and we're proud to have that, and proud that this local stepped up and reached this agreement with us. And at this point, I'd like to turn.
One thing I would, go ahead, and then I'm going to make a final comment.
I would like to let Mr. Lattleman step up and make a few comments.
Good afternoon. Jason Lattleman, President of IAP Local 77. Mr. Manager and members of the council, I represent approximately 180 hardworking EMTs and paramedics that work over for you in the EMS division. And I just want you to know that whether it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the morning, that the men and women that we represent give it their very all to deliver the highest level of professional care to citizens and visitors that unfortunately happen to experience a medical emergency here in our county. And those men and women sincerely appreciate the council's continued support as we move forward as a division.
I'd like to add to that, Mr. Chair, that I've always been proud of the fact that the council was open to moving EVAC in as a regular county service with county employees. I always felt that as hard working as they are, that they deserve to get the same level of benefits, especially pension. And I know they work hard for that. I'm glad it worked out. I think that I think it's more stable, and I think it's better for the employees. I also think that that we have a mutual respect for each other. They asked for, and we agreed to, the 3% that's in the budget. Now, make this clear to everybody. I budgeted for 3%. We have to pass the budget officially on the 22nd. After that point, then the council, I'll have a date at which I'm going to talk to the council about going forward and what raise. I'm going to recommend the 3%. What raise the council would then have to officially approve, and they do that with our general employees on a year-to-year basis. In this case, because I had it in the budget, and I think the council was supportive of that, it'll be a little different. In other words, if they select to approve your contract today, then yours will be locked in now. Your pay period would actually start, I think, the 24th is what I was told. While I cannot make this work for the general employees because of some timing issues, I want the council to know that I will be recommending that same 3% for the general employees, and I will be recommending that it'll be retroactive to the same date. So everyone would receive it back on the same date. The pay period beginning.
September 24th.
Okay, September 24th. That's the pay period. So I just want you to know it may take a little more time. That way Donna can make sure people understand that we haven't forgot about them and the general employees. But there are some steps I have to go through to make that official. And the council, in my opinion, really needs to weigh in and specifically vote for that. But I wanted them to know that they got ahead of that by voting for this. The other thing is, I think that they appreciate the hard work that we put into on our health care program. If there's some people that should know about health care, it's these people sitting in the audience here and standing at the microphone. And they accepted what will be the health care program that we outlined this morning. And I think that that's I'm proud of what we did, and I also think it's a reaffirmation with them deciding to not argue that, not want to negotiate that further, but to accept what the council is providing. I think it shows how good our proposal was in terms of health care, but I also think it shows for the people that really know health care that we gave you a pretty good program. I think second to none out there at a cost. We all know prices go up, but at a cost that I think people can reasonably afford, and the change is going to take place over 5 years with the family, so it doesn't really hurt people. The other thing is, because I believe that if people are willing to step up and do the contract first, why should they take all the risk? So we also agreed to a Me Too clause in there, which means that if the council, for any reason, decides in future years to give or even this year, to give a larger raise than the 3%, they would get that retroactively also. That would be awarded to them. Now, the good thing about signing this kind of contract is that for some reason, if we go backwards, something happens, they've locked in 3%. So I think that's the gamble they took, but I think that's the guarantee that they have too. So I really like to see this kind of bargaining where everybody is honest with each other, very professional, understands the limits that we can to make it as a county. Can't have a better relationship than this, and I hope it continues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, I guess we'll swing this over here to the council as we'll entertain a motion and discussion. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the IEP collective bargaining agreement for EMTs, paramedics, and sergeants for fiscal years 2016 to 2019.
I have a motion for approval and a second by Mr. Wagner. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the IAEP collective bargaining agreement for the EMTs, paramedics, and sergeants for fiscal years 2016 through 2019, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried unanimous. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And I know you'll keep doing a good job, and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. We have now item number 50 is at 6 p.m. time specific, so we're a little early on that one. So we'll just jump right ahead to item number 51, and I will turn to Ms. Cusack. This is the appointment to Children and Families Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, at this time, appoint Mr. Rick Rentz to the Children and Family Advisory Board.
Okay, Richard T. Rentz has been nominated to the Children and Families Advisory Board. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. We will now go over to Mr. Wagner. Yeah, there is. There's one more person.
I believe it needs to be
Oh.
in his district.
Oh,
I
it's gotta
think
be
we
in
need
your
a
district.
continuance for the other two.
Yes, okay, I'm going to have to entertain a motion for continuance. Okay, a motion for continuance of this matter, and this would be a continuance for District 2 and 3. 2 and 3. Correct, is that okay with the motion? Okay, do I hear a second for a continuance? Second by Mr. Patterson, thank you. All those in favor of a continuance on this matter for both District 2 and 3, please signify by aye. Please signify by aye. Thank you. All those opposed? So carried. He went, aye, okay. Is there any other than the 6 p.m. time specific, any other matters that need to come before this council, Ms. Zimmerman?
Not that I'm aware of.
Very well. We will now go to closing comments by the council. Mr. Patterson, closing comments? Short, sweet?
Well, you have on your desk the letter to Secretary Boxall. Any questions on it? Everybody okay with this going out? I will say that depending on what the answer is, or the reply or not a reply, I think that time I'll come back with some recommendations for the next step, which hopefully maybe considering taking something before the Sunrail Commission. But we'll just have to wait to see what the response is.
I'm good with it. I have a thumbs up to my left. Okay, seems like put a stamp on it and send it out.
A specific motion for this one?
I move approval of sending a letter to Secretary Jim Boxall regarding Sunrail.
Okay, there is a motion for approval and sending the letter to Secretary Boxall from Mr. Patterson. Do you need a second? Thank you, Ms. Denny's is the second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous.
And I want to take a moment just to thank the council for supporting me on this. This is really important, and we'll keep fighting the good fight, and and it's come to pass that I've seen a lot of things that the council is really working together on, which I'm really pleased with. So thank you all. And I want to thank Dan and Jim for working with me on this letter and coming up with the language that's in it.
One thing, if I can add, that goes along with this, I've talked to Mr. Patterson and to Dan, and I think Mr. Patterson agrees with me, and Dan does too. I think that what I'd like to do is I'm going to try and approach the newspaper back on the editorial board for them to understand where we are. I don't want this misinterpretation as somehow we're not supportive, because the reality doesn't match our contract, and I do think that we need to clarify the crux that we came to, the fork in the road, and that you have to protect the public and at the same time protect your rights and try to get the land, and this is the best way. I think the board needs to understand that. And I think the only way that'll happen is if they see all the stuff behind the scenes. As you know, it's a complex issue, very hard for people to understand. But I'm recommending that we do that, and I think Mr. Patterson said he'd be willing to do it, so we're going to try and set that up.
Yeah, if I'd written a letter, it would have been a "What the heck is wrong with you, Bubba?"
That would sell
But Dan,
some papers. That would be good.
Dan got me off the cliff.
No, that is Dan's interpretation of "What the heck's wrong with you, Bubba?" That's how he writes that.
That would have...
Actually, I thought it was a little emotional for Dan.
Yeah.
But
okay. Is that it, sir? Yes, I take it that he is complete. Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner, closing comments.
Yes, I have a
You have 3 minutes then.
Then I suppose.
Put you on the record.
I am now. First one is Lillian Place contacted me. Did everyone get an email from Nancy Long? Or was I the only one? Some people. About trying to resolve that easement issue. I think it's more of a legal thing. Dan, in the next couple meetings, can you and Jamie is there something we need to do to try to finalize that? They think they found a solution. If we can sign off on it or no?
The solution that they offered would be the county giving up the riparian easement that we have. They only want to give a path.
You know my views on riparian easements.
I do, as a matter of fact.
So,
but I will tell you,
probably not going there.
Well, the proposal that they've offered is no different than the one that they offered in 2014 that the council rejected. So we could present it again and explain it to you all again, but they want us to release any and all rights that we currently have. And one of the conditions of the ECHO grant was to have water access. So we seem to be at an impasse.
Can you call Nancy and see if there's any, compare it to 2014 and say, have there been any changes? Maybe
Right.
that's the way to.
I will do so.
If that's okay with you. It's probably
Yes.
better from you than me.
I'll do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing up the riparian. That actually was pretty funny. Fitting, timing-wise, very fitting. The Veterans Memorial Bridge, about Dan, what we need to do. I still have a check on my desk. I don't know what to do with yet.
She's worked on it.
We have a resolution.
So we're good.
We have a resolution which we could present to you the next meeting, or we could discuss the outlines of this afternoon if you.
We can do it next meeting. We'll do it together if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, cool. Thank you. The last one, I might have two more. How much time do I have left, Jay? Another minute?
Why does he keep you to 3 minutes? I want
Just kidding. You bringing up the Boys and Girls Club? Or do we need to do anything else? Are we good on that resolution? We did that. Is there anything else we're good? Okay. Checking it off my list. All right. Last thing I have, one thing I'd like to ask the council that I have a lot of familiarity with, that I'd like to at least try to get, maybe not fully done by the time I'm off council, but when I did a lot of the tours when I originally got on council, and one of the things that I think is really important for me that I'd like to try to accomplish is figuring out what we're going to do with the public works property. I have some of those in my zone, some of the area. Those of you that have been to Holly Hill and seen it 75% underwater like I have, would like to see that move forward. I'd like to have council or staff to come back and really just show us what can be done, what you'd like to do again, and try to move that forward. I really think I'd like to have that resolved before I go. I can tell you right now, some of my buddies that work in some of them, it's just the stories I hear. I mean, we have one where it's termites holding hands. I mean, it's pretty bad. So if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to have staff come back and try to find a solution, at least in the next couple meetings. It doesn't have to be totally.
We'd have to look at property, and that's the big issue. I'll do whatever the council wants. Obviously, we're going to pare down the amount of property, but we'd have to look at what's available, and we'd have to talk about what you want to do, and then we'd have to purchase something.
Mr. Wagner, would it be okay if I made a motion that we could do this, like, say, the first meeting in January?
Yeah. You could. If it's okay with you guys to have staff come back. All right, thanks.
You didn't do that, did you? You know what we You're making motions in seconds.
He was laughing while he said
yeah.
Thank you. And as long as that's okay with everybody, I don't have anything else. If you guys aren't okay with that, I have like 50 other things I was going to talk about, but I will forego those other items.
We're happy with what you
Okay,
gave
cool.
us.
Sounds great. Thanks. Thank you.
Oh, all right, Ms. Cusack.
I have nothing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Daniels, speak up, son. He has nothing. Ms. Denny.
Thank you. Yeah, Josh, I'm good with that, but in preparation for that, the report, what I would like to see included in that is our existing structures, how much land or acreage is included with what we currently have. the projected need and what we project to do with the existing structures, whether we're going to put those up for sale, use them for whatever, but just on what that turnover, what do we have now? What's going to be the intention for the properties, and what do you think that you need to go forward for that? Anyway, that's the only thing. And will this impact the go to zero?
I won't know until I take a look at everything, but I don't believe so because most of it's all funded through transportation, not general, not property tax.
Well, okay, just know that that's an important piece to it too.
In fact, I know for a fact it won't affect it because we do have that funded through. It took years to fund this, but funded it through non-property tax.
Okay, very good. Tomorrow, I know Mr. Daniels is first chair representing us at the Indian River Lagoon Council. There is a meeting tomorrow in Sebastian on the Indian River Lagoon Council. They will be reviewing, it's an agenda item number 12, our request to review the permit for the Webster Creek, the proposed Webster Creek Mitigation Bank. I'm going down for that meeting. As I know, there's quite a few other people going to be there, so it's an important issue in my district. So I'm going to be in the audience. Mr. Daniels will be representing the county, but I will be there, probably speak during public participation time and be in the audience on that one. Also, I spoke with the manager about this, and we've brought it up a couple times in the past, but in New Smyrna Beach, on Canal Street and Riverside Drive, there's some buildings that desperately need rehabbed. And there are buildings. We've got this beautiful new Brannan Civic Center on Riverside Drive, almost a $6 million building. And the only thing that needs to really be refurbished down there in that area is us.
The sheriff's building?
That we've got we've got that district court there. We've got the tag office. We have
There was a veterans office.
yeah, and the Veteran Services Office. And in the morning, we literally have residents out on the sidewalk there in Canal Street waiting to get in. There's not enough parking. There's just not enough parking. So what I would like to do, if it's okay, kind of like where you're going here too, Josh, but what I'd like to, with your approval, is to direct the manager to take a look at the Canal Street properties and do an analysis. Look what the long-range future is here and what are the implications. And because first of all, right now is a good time with the real estate market being what it is and all the improvements being done because of the Brannan Center down there. The properties have got to be worth a whole lot more. It's prime real estate, commercial real estate there in Riverside and Canal Street. But it's time to take a look at that to improve the services because that area has grown so much. And I know even at the court annex over there, there's just not enough parking. We need to do something in that particular area. Move it out west, wherever. But we need to have more access for the citizens and clean that up and see what those properties are worth. If we can take a look at that.
Support of that.
Yeah, if the council will support that, I'd be glad to do it because to keep expectations in line that we can't do everything at once. But that one I'd be willing to look at. We'd have to do an analysis about everything, like what would happen to the impact of citizens, what are issues, we do have issues with parking, that building's obsolete, what would happen if we sold it, how much value, what would it cost us to build something new, where should we build it, should everybody be together? I think all that needs to be looked at. I couldn't agree more with you that the timing is probably appropriate right now, and I'd be glad to do it if the council wants me to do it. Okay, sounds like a go.
All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
I hear 1, 2, 3, 4 ayes.
Joyce, give me the yes.
5 ayes. We got 5 ayes on it, so we're good.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lowry. He's also being quiet today.
By the way, Mr. Lowry, just so you all know,
Yes.
had something he had to attend to. He will be here at the budget.
Yes, I'm well aware.
Clear, he will be here for the budget hearing.
Yes, if not, he will be docked his pay. I don't know what else you do. What do you do to a pastor? I don't know. Okay. I have only one thing with 43 different small parts to it, so let's get to it. I've gotten an email from Miss Cynthia Slater, and she is with the 11th Episcopal District of the AME Church, and they're holding their 117th session of the Central Annual Conference. And there has been a request for a proclamation, and this proclamation is not being read, it's just actually being incorporated in their book. So I'm asking if the council would mind if we did that and put that out there for them. Good, good, good. Okay. Ms. Seaman. You hate when I do that. There was Mr. Luthra, who owns the property out there over at where we're building that new hospital emergency room over in Deltona. Okay. He contacted me, and I hope I sent him to the right person. He said, we've got a little piece of property. It's kind of like just a little sliver of a quarter of an acre. And he said, would we be able to sell it? I said, I don't know. You better talk to Jamie. She knows everything about it.
The answer is no.
No, he didn't.
Multiple people have asked if we can sell that piece of property. It's right-of-way needed for drainage and for the road, and we kept it intentionally when we gave that access road to the city of Deltona.
Okay.
And I get a phone call probably once a month.
Oh, okay. So you got another one?
There's no. Public Works tells me they need it.
Okay. Yeah, we could really probably have an auction, make a gazillion dollars. We could probably pay off the national debt with that auction. As many people want that thing.
I know how those work. We'll sell it, and then we'll buy it back a year from now for more money. So if Public Works is saying they need it, they need it.
They need it, right? He's giving me the thumbs up. Okay, so, all right, I just wanted to make sure that, you gotten contacted. And just for general information, September 11th is coming up. It's this Sunday, and at 5 p.m., there will be the Never Forget tribute to remember and honor the victims and heroes of September 11th. It is going to be done, where is it? Sunrise Park. Is that it? No, that's not that one. Where's this one?
Yes. Also this.
I don't even know where it is, and I've been invited to it. I don't even have an address. Isn't that crazy? Okay. But anyways, it's somewhere. Where is it? It's got to be in Daytona Beach. Jeez. Isn't it great? I have a flyer with it, and there's no address, but it's an agenda for everything. But there's no address. It is on my calendar. Okay, so I'll be there. But anyways, where's my calendar? I'll get on my calendar. Please stand by. Calendar. And I will tell you all where it is. It is at Our Lady of Lourdes at 1014 North Halifax Avenue in beautiful downtown Daytona Beach, Florida. So that's where this Never Forget ceremony will be. It's a huge event. Starts at 4:30, and it goes on until probably 6 o'clock. There'll be live bald eagles from the zoo. Of course, we'll have the mayor will be there. I'll be there. The colors. This Leslie Kyle. If you haven't heard this girl sing, she's a young lady, still in high school. But I'll tell you what, she's got a heck of a voice. She's really, really an amazing person. So I would invite everybody out there to pay respect. There's also another one going on Saturday. What's that? That's another one. That's a different one. Going on to other things. Huh? Oh, it's just my mail. Okay, other than that, I have nothing else. So with that, I will now go to Mr. Deneen. You don't have anything to say, do you? You've already
Got
said
a
it all.
couple things. One George is going to address. I got two of them. We just passed this out. It came to my office, and the one is this gala for Pearls of Hope, and the other one is about whether we buy a table. The other one is another one about do we want to be involved at my understanding was, it doesn't say on here, is it about the $2,000 level? I don't see it on here. It looks more expensive. I can clarify that, but these came to my office about whether the council wants to participate in any way, shape, or form in either one of these events. What I would prefer to do is, you may not have time, I just got them to really get them out to you. You could tell me maybe when we reconvene, it's after our 6 o'clock. So that way you have time to look at it, okay?
Excuse me, just a comment on that, on the Foundation Honors, it's $1,500 a seat.
My understanding, I got to get a clarification. I was led to believe it was like $2,000 total, okay? And so that, I've got to get a clarification. I didn't understand that to be the cost. I want to make sure that I understand what you're getting for your money. Let me find that out yet today.
Find out the ROI
I
on
will.
that one.
I
But
will.
the Pearls of Hope we have supported in the
Yes,
past,
yes,
have
you
we
have.
not?
Yes.
And,
No, you'd have to get your own plane over there. That's the thing.
does that include airfare?
No.
Oh, this foundation, I just saw NASCAR here. My brain automatically said Daytona Speedway. Oh, no, this thing's in New York City.
Right.
In New York, well,
New York City?
that's the end of that story.
Yeah, that's... Hey, wait a minute. We have JetBlue.
What? No, I turned.
All righty. Anything else, Mr. Deneen?
So if you'd let me know at the end of the day, we'll try to figure out what we're doing. And then one other thing we have, first of all, once again, I want to thank the council for all the hard work and the opportunity to do the healthcare program the way we did. It's the single largest vendor contract we have, $42 million. And for it to be that professionally handled by everyone and our employees to be happy with what we did, and for us to get the EVAC union to, right off the bat to say, you know, you saw them, these guys deal with these healthcare issues right in the field, so they know a lot about what goes on. And for them to say, look, we appreciate what you did for us, and we're not asking for any changes, we'll just accept it. Sometimes you get a win-win, not always. This is one of them rare times. I want to thank the council for staying the course and really being supportive to make sure that we measured apples to apples. And that's what Mr. Patterson, who deals with insurance, and I talked about at length. Make sure we're getting bids on real stuff. And I'm pleased. And the only reason that happened was because this council decided that they were going to go do the right thing over the long run and figure out how to make it work. I applaud the council for that, because I think that'll be great dividends, because I think it'll bring stability to the health fund. We will not be paying out of our reserves, and I think it'll give stability to our workforce. It was a big deal today, big deal. That's all I have, except that George wants to talk about the Turnbull Bay. And Ms. Denny's, I also think that you had mentioned to me something that you wanted to talk about, and I don't know if you meant to bring it up, which was about we never officially got contacted by the Hard Rock. And so I didn't want to create an issue, but if you meant to say something.
Great, Jim, just dump that one on me.
No, I'm not dumping it on you. But you don't have to say nothing. But we did not get officially notified. That's what you'd asked me, and we did not get officially
Well,
notified.
I guess that's my question, and we read about it in the media. And again, there's a contract associated with this project, is there not?
Yes, but those provisions have been fulfilled up to this point. And my understanding is that we end up with the walkway and the parking lot, and they got the seawall. And Dan also made sure that they turned over all their rights to the beach, to that property, formally to us, if I'm saying it right. But all the rest of the stuff stays in effect, right, Jamie? Yeah. Were we officially notified to the? We were not.
So is it just a fair statement to say that it's just on hold? I mean,
we don't have anything formal from them.
so it's not going to impact anything we do. I mean, cars obviously are not coming off
No.
the beach. There's
No.
nothing that requires performance on our part.
There's not technically a contract. You passed a resolution vacating and the approach and that the conditions of that resolution have been fulfilled. You passed an ordinance that would conditionally remove vehicles from the beach if the certain conditions were met by December 31st, 2018, and
By Hard Rock.
By Hard Rock.
Yeah. Not to my knowledge. You'd have to come in and get a new agreement.
It has the Hard Rock name in the ordinance, so it has to be a Hard Rock that is constructed there by December 31st.
It has to be their flagship. Another
Yes.
brand can't come in and enjoy the same contract.
Not without getting a new contract.
No,
from
ma'am,
you.
that was one of the things that you all were insistent upon, was that we put the Hard Rock name in.
You know, another thing.
We exercise due diligence.
And if I remember correctly, it's got to be there for 20 years under that name.
There was a whole series of things, and you know what? Maybe it is good that we bring this up. If you remember back, there was this issue about criticism, and some of the council members said, "Look, we're not doing anything unless they come forward with their investment. So we're not putting us at risk." You have the Weston, who we believe is going to make all of their improvements, and therein the cars will not be removed until they finalize their improvements the way that they said they would do it us. But you made a deliberate decision not to take cars off the beach unless they did their part first. And I remember there were some issues. In fact, Mr. Chair, I think you were one that said, "I want to see the investment first." Well, the investment never took place, so the cars never came off. I had to clarify that to a couple of people, that the cars stayed on, and they're not coming off because you were asked to do that originally, and you said no, you wouldn't do that. You wanted their investment to take place first. And they would coincide. And so it didn't happen. So, yeah, we didn't get formally notified. And so now the thing is Turnbull Bay Bridge and TPO and where we're at. And George?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, what I had Jerry pass out, 2 items. As you know, we reported the Turnbull Bay Bridge bid came in. It's nearly $3 million over the estimate. In order to keep this project rolling, we went to the Department of Transportation to find out about were they going to fund the difference or not. They requested that we go to the TPO and ask for some of the unobligated funds that they had, of which there's approximately $1.6 million. So before you is a resolution formally asking the TPO to support that when they meet. And also, we would like to send a letter from the council to the Secretary Noran Downs asking for the remainder of the money from that district to see if they can fund the shortfall from the bridge. So we 2 documents, and if we could have council support to go ahead and make those requests so we can keep that project going forward.
Okay, so I guess Ms. Denny's, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Rechtenwald. This came up in the executive session at TPO and was added as an action item to the next TPO board meeting. So this will be an action item at the board meeting, full board meeting. It was interesting in discussion. John Cheney was at the executive committee meeting, and something he said really got my attention and that I didn't connect before. In the safety rating of this bridge, out of 100%, Turnbull Bay Bridge is rated 11%. 11%. Orange Avenue is rated at 40%. So we have an issue. We have a true health, safety, and welfare issue here. We've had it. We're very fortunate that it has not been closed due to irreparable repair or infrastructure changes. But we get a storm through here, or we get something where we're going to have an issue that's going to be difficult to come back on very quickly. So I'm hoping we have the support to get this through at the TPO. We'll see what happens there at the board meeting. But an 11% rating out of 100 versus Orange 40% certainly makes the case that it's an emergency item.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion in there? Is this an action item?
So moved. Thank you.
Oh.
Jerry,
well,
let's have him come up for a second and just, he wants
If I
to
may,
mention.
well, we're in the middle of something that I can't stop at this moment. We're on a motion.
Okay.
And I got a second by Mr. Patterson. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Brenton, County Engineer. Just wanted to point out that just this morning we heard back from Florida DOT, and they have sent our request, our staff request, and all the analysis to their geotechnical folks. On the east side of the bridge, there's a lot of muck. And in the bid item, there was a soil stabilization item. We had it in about 500,000. The low bidder had it in at 2 million. The other low bidder had it in essentially the same as us, around 500 and some thousand. So they are helping us and assisting with whether or not we ought to provide additional clarification and suggest that we rebid it. So that's in the letter to Secretary Downs, that we're acknowledging that there's discussions going on about potentially rebidding it, but just wanted to make that clarification.
And to your point, thank you, Mr. Britton, for adding that, because what we talked about at the executive session at TPO too is also that we're running in parallel universes here. If we can't, we hope to get it rebid. We hope to get some more accurate numbers in, or lower numbers is probably the better word. But should we not, and if we're in a position, we need to at least see if we can get that funded through TPO. So we're running parallel universes on.
Plus, there's no guarantee that the muck change, that remember, we're $3 million. And what Jerry's talking about is maybe $1 million, $1.5 million savings. So the 1.6 million would still be needed from the TPO. More than, if that number held up, you would still be looking for that. So I definitely agree. You need to be going in both directions, asking the TPO and also asking the department, but we acknowledge in the letter that they may have to go to a rebid.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out also, in the letter we talk about, we think I-4 is having a huge effect because they have so many bridges. Right. We only got 2 bidders. And the second bidder, he was $2.5 million more than the one that was $3 million over.
Yeah.
So they're just out there. If you're willing to pay us this much money, we'll build your bridge. So
yeah, really. One other thing, you would hope that the other communities would rally to move in this money. I mean, that's a little discouraging because we've done that with other, like in the case of, we really did what we could to make sure that the bridge got built in Daytona Beach, but we've done it in other places. South Daytona, we've done it. We moved money, and I had a little concern. George told me that there was a comment made that this doesn't follow their protocol or their policy. I asked George to find up for me where that policy was voted on, because I know of no such policy at the TPO. I think you have a right to move that money. And I hope that didn't scare some people, that somehow you're changing your policy, because I don't know of such a policy. So I've asked George to investigate what that policy is, because I'd like to know what it is, because that's not how we've carried on in the past, right? And actually what's interesting is we're always advocating for cities when it comes to this. We advocated in that case to South Daytona. The amount was lower. It was like, I think, $400,000 or something, if I remember back. But the fact of the matter, it was important to them, and we reallocated money back then, and there was no talk about policy. But I had a concern about that could have scared some people off, and I'm not sure that that's factually correct.
Mr. Chair, one other thing I should probably bring up is that if you remember from the road program workshop, we have allocated all our available funds to projects, local projects. So if we don't get additional federal funding and you decide that we're going to make up the difference, it's going to come out of one of probably 3 of our remaining local projects, 10th Street, 10th Park Avenue, Orange Camp Road, or Howland Boulevard.
There is no reserve here.
There is no reserve.
You got to cut a project, okay? And to me, the 1.6 is enough money to help sort of bridge the gap and kind of get you there. It's not like we're not building it for us. We're building it for the county.
And there's
for a whole bunch of residents in that part of the county, and it's necessary.
There's already $780,000 in local money in it now, because we're providing all the CEI as part of the deal. So there's nearly $1 million that we are providing.
I want to thank Ms. Denny's, Ms. Patterson, for their leadership in trying to make sure it got on the agenda, and my understanding that our staff and John really tried to come to at least get it on the agenda so you can. It would have been a terrible waste if you didn't at least put it on the agenda to consider it. And I applaud what happened at the TPO. To think that we might lose this bridge is ridiculous.
Go ahead, Mr. Patterson.
Okay. Yeah, Jerry had called me about that, and I talked to Lois Bolenbach. She did mention to me that normal procedure was not to just the policy involved on this. We had one of the members there who said he understands the situation, the member of the executive committee, and he won't object to it getting on the agenda, but he would not support it. And so I have a feeling we may have a little bit of a fight at our TPO meeting in September.
Well, I'd like to get that clarified. I'd like to know what this policy is.
And I, if you don't mind, I'll talk to Lois about it. I've got to call her about something else, so I'll just have her get that information to me. But you know, when you look at the situation, this is not a typical,
right?
And that's and the individual understood that. It's just that here's a procedure that we have in place, and it's been in place forever. So I'll find out about that.
The only question I have is I run across where people have procedures and things in place for a long period of time, and you find out there was no vote on such a thing, and it's just sort of like that's the way we've done it, and I don't know that that is a policy. That's my point. I don't know that it's a voted on policy by the TPO.
I think it was put into effect a long time ago, and it came out as a result of some of the bigger cities ganging up on the little cities and taking money away from them. And that was kind of why that was put in place, was to kind of...
But my only question is, was that put in place by a vote of people, or was that put in place by an administrative person who didn't want to fight?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Well, another important piece to this, too, is a TPO. These are unallocated dollars. So it's not like at TPO we will be taking money from any other projects. There will be no harm, no foul, and exactly for transportation planning to repair and replace a bridge, I would think should be item number one. But I think it's important to know, too, that these are unencumbered dollars.
In fact, my understanding from Jerry was that that's what the nature of DOT's comment to us was, is that we want to assure you that you're not taking it from another project, and because it won't hurt another project, and this one needs the money, that they thought it was, appropriate. So I think that was part of why they talked to us about it, because they were sensitive to that issue.
Okay, Mr. Eckert, you have a comment on this matter? You've been
Just
very
that-
patient.
Not on the substance, on the matter of form, the resolution, when you, assuming you vote for it as in accordance with the comments, we would be correcting it to say that the county manager is to forward the resolution. It refers to the county clerk. That's one of his duties, but we would just be making that technical correction, if you will.
Never mind. Okay. All right, there is a motion on the floor for approval of Resolution 2016-unknown, a resolution for the County Council of Volusia County to identify the need for additional federal funding for the construction of the Turnbull Bay Bridge replacement and requesting the River to Sea TPO to allocate its current year unobligated federal SU funds to help offset the funding shortfall of the project. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried unanimous, and we will get that correction, and we're going. You still have the floor, sir. Any closing comments? No, not you, Dan. You already said I was done, so.
No, sir.
No? Okay. All right. Is there any other business that needs to come, any public participation on any matter not on the agenda? Ma'am? Public participation.
No, sir.
Okay. Very well. We will now go into a short recess. We will return here at 6 p.m. sharp if we could. I really would like to get home sometime before midnight. So, no problem. All right. So we will be in recess until 6 p.m.